Okay, continuing into The Witcher 3 second DLC. I think it's already tracked on the map. Do my best to do the side quests. Toussaint and Holloway. Toussaint. I shouldn't try. I just have to like warp straight there. I see. Probably should have fast traveled before the start of stream.
Sir Knights, leave us be, we beg you.
Okay.
We ain't in need of no help.
But we've not got no need for your help.
Have no fear, good man. Our labors shall be done quickly. The prowlers to be banished for good.
Milton, look.
Get out!
In the flesh.
Hail, Witcher! Let us go inside and greet you as befits.
Guy's armor is great.
And you, fear not. We shall put an end to the rule of outlaws soon.
Found your message on a notice board.
It's a feathers.
You see, Palmerin? I told you. The griffin at White Orchard. I knew that were we only to follow the tracks of its slayer, we would in the end find Geralt.
Milton de Peyrac Peyrin and Palmerin de Lawnful. Good to see you both. Been years.
Be assured, we share your joy.
You must forgive us our, surroundings. When we pledged to place the village under our protection, the village elder gave us this hut as our lodgings. He swore it is the best hut in the village.
Get involved in some squabble?
We discovered that in retreating, the Redanian garrison that left this land still is at the mercy of numerous plagues. A tyranny of bandits, the most onerous among them. These plunderers shall soon descend on this village to collect tribute. Milton and I will dissuade them.
We are both sworn to fight injustice and oppression wherever they rear their heads. The matter does not concern you, of course, but do us the kindness of waiting. Once we have dealt with these marauders, we have a matter we must present to you.
Let me help with the bandits.
So, plan to go out and meet the bandits when they arrive? Fight them?
Palmerin wishes first to appeal to their sense of decency. But I
Hey,
expect
Namak, how
they
you
will
doing?
be deaf to this.
Yeah, completely.
We must afford them a chance to stand down. Many a hardened outlaw has left the path of wrongdoing upon hearing words of admonition.
Doesn't happen in these lands. Ever.
If they do not heed my reprimand, we at least will know we have done all within our means to evade bloodshed.
Fine. Naturally, I'll help when Palmerin's rhetoric falls on deaf ears.
Excellent. Then we've but to wait for the rogues to arrive.
They's a coming!
Hear that? Your bandits have arrived.
Let us go out to greet them.
Kitty. Witcher DLC establishing shots require a cat for scale. Or a couple and Hearthstone.
Hark! Contemptible cars!
You guys are funny.
He mean us?
I, Palmer and de Launfal, call upon you to repent. Set your hearts. Do you not see that they are blackened?
Regular Punch and Judy here.
To prey upon commoners is no honor. To loot their meager stores, abandon the path of shame, and we will spare you.
Hey, Kiki.
Right good jest, that. Had us a laugh. Now, fuck off or we lose our patience and you lose something else.
Nay, wait, Zorg. These lads are lark. Mayhaps they know some tricks.
Oi,
Hey,
players!
Becky.
Can you toss balls all loopity like? Or do that thing where one spits fire while the other farts?
Noble Palmerin's giving you a chance. Now I'm gonna give you some advice. Do what he says.
Or what?
Or you'll find yourself fighting knights errant in the pay of the Duchess of Toussaint. And they eat scum
Toussaint.
like you with their morning porridge.
There's 3 of them. 2 turtled up in armor. We'll come back later.
Some wench sent them. Folk will say we's afeard of wenches and jesters.
Ooh, insulted the Duchess. Not good.
Indeed, we cannot let the affront go unpunished. I swear upon the Heron you will pay with your own blood!
By the crane, villains, ready your arms!
Open our son's eyes!
What you say? For honor!
Defend yourself, scoundrel!
Ah, you witch fucker!
What you say? For honor!
There's a crazy number of enemies.
Fell you all! Oh, my name is not Milton de Peyrac, but
What you say?
For honor!
Evil doers! Defend yourself, scoundrel! What you say?
Why do they not emerge? It is over. We have banished the scoundrels, lifted oppression's yoke from their lives.
Warned you it'd be like this. Fear you as much as they did the bandits now.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, no fanfares and flowers. You're not in Toussaint.
Ah, it is true what folk claim. In the
Keep you
north,
from
no
bumbling
noble
into
deed
it.
goes unthwarted. It is time to go home.
And we shall, my friend. Come, Geralt. It's time we delivered our message.
Wonder if it gives you an autosave outside in case you bumble into it.
So fess up. What brings you such a long way?
We are to deliver Her Grace the Duchess's message in full, with all due ceremony. For tradition,
Is sacred in Toussaint. All right, fine.
most honorable Geralt, slayer of monsters and all evils nefarious, which prey on the defenseless of this world. Whereas never have you been known to deny help to the innocent, nor leave widows and orphans to fates undeserved. Answer you now our present summons. Free us from the beast which floods our streets with blood, and sows panic in the hearts of rich and poor alike. Come to
The
our
idea of
aid,
the like
witch.
gregarious
Thus
do-gooder
humbly
knights.
beseeches you the star-crossed city's most gracious protectress, Her illustrious Highness, Duchess Anna Henrietta.
Shall you answer her call?
Anna Henrietta really say all that? Word for word?
Well, in point of fact, she said, bring me the Witcher and dare not spare your horses. Only make certain this time he comes alone. The Ducal Chamberlain added the rest. You know how it is.
Yeah, I remember.
I might add, be it unofficially, that a hefty reward awaits. Yet the specifics
Do a good
will
job
need
of
to
conveying
verify
that they're
with
old
her
pals with
illustrious highness.
rapport.
Might be the most fervent request that I take a contract ever, and the most polite. And now we've got all that behind us. I want to hear more about this beast. Some kind of monster? Just guessing.
Most assuredly, though no one has caught a good look at it as yet. Our only sure witnesses, the bodies massacred in a brutal, horrid manner.
Look, some sketches drafted from descriptions given by those who claim they glimpsed the beast. Each quite different. To my mind, these witnesses lie.
How many victims so far?
2. When Her Grace learnt of the second, she discharged us immediately to fetch you, promising grants of land and fortunes in gold, should you answer her summons.
An ill wind blows, Geralt. The beast cannot be tracked. Folks say it wields black magic. Also, both victims were
Interesting.
nobly born, and the start of a tourney draws near.
Beast wields black magic? What makes you say so?
The first victim vanished between bites at a feast. Of the feast-goers, none noticed this. They saw but an open window, then heard desperate cries from the street below.
The sketches are cool.
Had just been found.
The second killing, similar. A
Slender
night
Man.
in a locked room. Servants all about the house. Guards all around the estate. Yet the beast somehow got him out, dragged him to the town square, and killed him there. No one saw nor heard a thing.
We have no fear of creatures against which sword and shield protect. But of this beast, nothing is known. Save that it cannot be traced, kills effortlessly, and with no rhyme or reason we can discern.
Anyone tried to hunt it? Knights errant, for example?
Ha! Many have tried. Baiting, waiting in ambush, but to no avail.
The beast is clever. It evades all traps.
Not at all. I
and
did one
attacks of a
game and I was like, it's probably not
It's
worth my
like a
time.
ghost.
An experienced tracker. This is what we need, with knowledge of monsters. In short, we need you.
I haven't gone super hard on an optional card game in a long time. I got pretty burned by Final Fantasy 8 and 9's card games.
Mentioned a tourney. Why doesn't the Duchess just call it off?
Simply, it
8's
is
probably
too
the
late.
most extreme
The guests
example of
have
an
arrived.
optional card
The
game
best
being
knights of all lands,
super overpowered
relatives
in the
of
main
Emperor.
game and ruining the main game loop.
The beast could be a threat to others, not just to Her Grace's subjects.
Got it. Before an aristocrat dies, at best it's a scandal. At worst, a diplomatic incident. I sometimes think back to all the contracts I've ever taken from sovereigns. Can't name hardly any where I came out ahead.
You cannot be thinking to refuse.
No. Just struck by a thought. How the Duchess can sometimes be... demanding.
So you accept the contract. Excellent.
We must set off at once. We long wanted this land searching for you. Yet time is of the essence.
Ready to go, soon as you're packed.
Ah, then post haste to Toussaint.
To Toussaint.
Mostly just don't want another list of missables to stress me out. The only thing I regret is the one DLC bit where I could have nerded out about Gwent. I missed out on that because that probably would have been funny. But other than that, seems pretty non-intersecting with the rest of the game's content. Mm-hmm.
Toussaint, the land of love and wine.
Exactly how I remembered it.
Very pretty. New
You'll find Beauclair's changed
color
some
palette.
these past years.
Walk about when you have the chance. You will see for yourself.
To me, place always seemed straight out of a fairy tale. Knights errant, elven palaces.
You insinuate that we are somehow odd? I shall prove you wrong. This I pledge on the Heron.
Whoa. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, it's hard to make a game about acquiring cards where just acquiring cards doesn't enter the game, the interesting part of the game, right? Unless if you were trying to do like a Slay the Spire kind of deck builder. Call me when some open world game tries to do that parallel to the main core loop. Like the ridiculously blue sky here. Oh yes.
For my lady! Guillaume, watch out! I swore I'd kill a monster! All for one and one for all!
Ouch. Triple spin on that, okay.
For the glory of her grace, I shall make plenty of you!
Sheep that don't give a shit.
Big beast. Tackling it single-handed? None too wise.
Neither is love born of wisdom, Witcher. So, Guillaume, out with it. Which fair damsel inspired you to vow to kill that filth?
The most beautiful among them.
If he wishes to guard her name a secret, he need not reveal it.
You I do not know, sir, nor seem you a knight, yet still I am profoundly grateful, nay, indebted to you for your succor. This trophy, sir, is yours.
Thanks.
A giant this close to human settlements? Strange.
Well, that was no ordinary giant. His name was Goliath.
He's got
Rumored to
tattoos.
have been a knight once, but one who broke his vows. For this, the Lady of the Lake transformed him into a wild giant and banished him into the Gorgon Hills.
So he came back down? Why?
Several times each year, hunger chased him into the lowlands. Goliath had killed and devoured many shepherds. Guillaume's hunt served a noble cause. At any rate, it's a tale for more agreeable environs.
I'll take the trophy. Why not? Could find someone who'll pay to buy it. Put up a good fight against the giant. Got experience battling monsters?
None. In Toussaint, we mostly chase bandits. But I vowed I'd bring my heart's champion the head of a monstrosity, as the famed Gottfried, known as the Giant Killer, did.
You don't mean to hunt the beast, I hope. The matter's best left to Geralt.
Another challenge awaits me. Yet if Geralt is to hunt the beast, he ought to know. It struck again.
The river surrendered a corpse. It washed up in the meander by the cockatrice. Damien de la Tour's guardsmen are there already, securing the area.
Securing the area? Better go there now before they trample any tracks, manhandle any evidence.
Set forth then. I shall ride for the city to inform her gracious magnificence that Geralt has arrived. We'll meet later, near Guillaume's tent at the Tourney grounds. I shall take you then to see her grace.
The one line about it being a fairy tale world from Geralt is a great way to convey things to the player. I assume this comes up a bit in the books, this place. Yeah, it sounds cool in Trails of Cold Steel. It's just, I think the problem is it's like the most severe form of an upside-down difficulty curve, where if you want to get into the card game, you actually have to think about it for about an hour, and then you're rewarded for thinking about it for an hour with never having to think again, because now you have powerful enough cards that you just nuke every opponent that you go up against, right? That's unfortunate. That's some World of Warcraft shit. Sword I got from the Wild Hunt King is beaten by a piece of crap yellow. All right. Does it actually have a new affix on it? No, it doesn't. My horse looked different, I guess. I think Final Fantasy VIII tried to do a thing where like the card game would get harder over time due to rules spreading around, but like the player just learns very quickly to never allow rules to spread.
Move it.
Oh. You will not regret investigating these new options.
Can't get used to the way you knights talk, especially how you switch back and forth between flowery and, well, near normal.
They say her grace is called in some
Are they Japanese?
killer from the north, they say. What? With no lads brave enough?
We are knights errant. The service of her gracious magnificence. When we appear in her name or speak on her behalf, we are bound by tradition. No one here. They must have removed the body already.
The land of
Let's
increased
look around,
saturation.
Make sure they didn't miss anything. Hobnailed boots, multiple sets of prints. Ducal guard, clearly. Let's see where they went. Walked along the shoreline.
Perhaps the body lay on the bank.
Got guests. Careful.
Come on.
That's a cool attack. Basically retextured necrophages with a cool spiky explosion effect. Fall through the world there, buddy? Oh, okay, now you're just... Get away, get away, get away! I'm gonna try to get away.
Drawn here by the smell of blood. Let's keep looking. Anything taken by the current ends up in these shallows.
Yes, the stench is fierce.
Junk that came down the river.
Fiend
We
blood.
must keep searching.
Only blood-soaked scraps left of the victim's clothing.
Explodes on
Only
death.
cloth.
A wealthy victim, correct?
Looks it. Footprints. See them? And a rut made by the hull of a boat. Left recently, I'd say.
Maybe they saw me do something back there. Yeah, it's really annoying. That was the one enemy with the Iron Maiden curse back in Diablo 2 way back in the day. Entire builds were nullified because of the existence of that enemy, or at least parts of the game you would never go to.
Dragged some nets onto the bank, then cut them to untangle them. Lot of blood, so the corpse must have been cut up. Quartered, maybe.
It's likely they loaded the body parts onto a boat and sailed off.
Oh, yeah, I mean... Handkerchief monogram DLC.
Silk kerchief, monogrammed DLC. A noble's accessory, clearly. Be nice to know where they took the corpse.
Mm-hmm.
What now?
This isn't the site of the murder. We know that. Current brought the body here. Corpse got caught in the nets. Guardsmen pulled it out, put it in a boat and took it somewhere. Need to find out where. I'd like to look at the corpse before it starts to decompose.
The inn. Its patrons must have seen the guardsmen, which direction they took. We should ask there.
Suspicious.
Seems we've got ourselves an audience.
You think this surprising? The locals will tell the children of children they do not have yet, of the day a quartered corpse was pulled from the river.
One thing. Found a handkerchief in the water. Monogrammed DLC. Mean anything to you?
Delacroix? It cannot be. Was it he the beast slew?
Seems so. Knew him well?
Long past. We were close friends once, but our paths diverged.
Thought they're being
He was
cutesy
a
with
man
that.
of extremes, standing by his companions, no matter the odds. Fighting his foes to the bitter end.
Foes? You have a lot of them?
He did. But I do not see what that has to do with the beast. Ah, Geralt. You've struck a raw nerve. Memories of a time long past, to which I'd rather not return.
Hey, sir, how you
now.
doing?
I understand. We can talk later. Let's go to the tavern.
I shall have to leave you soon. Return to court.
Barely got back to Toussaint.
A knight in the service of Her Illustrious Highness knows no rest.
Coming?
In fact, I feared I would return too late to fulfill my duty. Yet it seems I've arrived in the nick of time.
Duty.
Once you have finished examining the corpse, be sure to report to Anarietta,
Anarietta?
Her Grace, the Duchess. I forget myself at times. We address each other by our first names in private. Never in Pomrin's presence, however. He finds such familiarity offensive. A watering hole for traders, smugglers, boatmen. But you will find no better crayfish chowder in all Toussaint.
What? With no
Sounds
lads
good.
brave enough? Of course we have. But bravery's not enough against the beast. It needs dark powers. That
White Wolf.
Witcher.
Wanted to serve as a guide.
Mage.
Don't present yourself under the pretense of being Geralt. IRS. Auction. Okay. A new faction for Gwent.
Ducal clerks looking for help. Could be good coin to be made.
By my troth, could that be the musty scent of fresh pate?
Naught else, Sir de Peyrac Peyren. I see time has not dulled your senses.
We would be honored if you would join us. Your companion as well.
But why do I not detect even a whiff of crayfish chowder?
No soup today, on account of there being no crayfish. I reckon you've not heard, but all I caught was a corpse. I awoke at the crack of dawn, as I do each day, but when I looked up, I beheld a blood-red sky.
This corpse is precisely why we're here. For the man whom you've invited to join you at the table was summoned from a far-off land by her gracious magnificence. He is tasked with tracking and killing the beast.
We invited two men to join us, yet since Sir de Peyrac Peyren in temperament is more akin to hare than hound, I surmise the other is the hunter. With whom do we have the pleasure?
What's up? Yo.
Name's Geralt.
A humble introduction. You've clearly not tarried long with Sir de Peyrac Peyran.
Spare us the petty insults. Geralt is a master of the witchering trade. He has questions concerning the beast's last victim.
I was the one to find the corpse. The sun had just risen when I awoke, sat straight up in my bed, looked out the window, and beheld a sky red as blood.
Ask Geralt, please, or we shall be here till winter.
Must have been early in the morning. Went to check your nets and then...
I stepped out of my hut and saw...
By my troth, to the point, man. You found a body ensnared in your crayfish nets. We know this already. What happened then? Did you see anyone nearby? Did you spy anything noteworthy? Anything at all?
Not a soul around, just me. As for noteworthy... well...
What did you see? But be warned, if I hear the sky was red again...
This place does seem like a completely different world.
A head bobbing, eyes bulging, the tongue blue and popped out. Next to it, a hand rocking upon the water.
Get a good look at the body parts?
They gave me such a fright. I bolted to town fast as my legs would take me, then returned with guardsmen who told me to keep out of their way. They had a hard haul. The parts were so tangled up in my nets, they were forced to cut them.
Need to examine the body. Know where they took it?
They ferried it across, then loaded it on a cart and hauled it to a cellar at Corvo Bianco to keep it cool, see?
What? Why, Corvo Bianco is Baron Russell's estate.
Spying again.
When he learns they've turned his cellar into a morgue, he'll set his hounds on them.
While you were gallivanting about the north, his vineyard was auctioned off.
Who was that? Woman who just left. Didn't see her before. Didn't notice her
Hey,
walk
we
in
got
either.
genre savvy
Linus,
Geralt
the
back.
innkeep's daughter. But hold, Geralt, because this is an outrage. Russell's vineyard was auctioned off? Inconceivable.
It is no secret the Baron had gambling debts up to his ears. It finally came time to collect. His creditors auctioned off his property. The Ducal Chancellery bought it, in fact. Russell now bunks with his brother in Vicofaro.
I told Russell he'd get his comeuppance. How long can one throw on past heroics? His creditors must finally have to find that his promises meant nothing.
Such are the times. Today's knights are pale shadows of the heroes of yore.
It's true what they say. God sent the beast to punish us for straying from the old paths.
So folk think the beast's divine punishment.
Knights have turned their backs on the old customs. Where they were defenders of the duchy, they're now defenders of their own tushes.
Why, you insolent...
Let him talk.
The Duchess trades in titles, grants honors to ill-doers. We've strayed from the path of virtue, lost the gods' favor, so the gods sent retribution.
Don't listen to that nonsense, Geralt. It's rehashed street preacher codswallop.
Yes, the rebel rousers have been sprouting up like weeds lately, each offering the same bill of goods.
They say anything else about the beast? Besides it being a messenger of the gods?
The Toussaintois are no fools. They see clearly the beast kills on days honoring patron saints.
Picky monster. Thanks for the hospitality. Time I examined the corpse.
Corvo Bianco lies a short way from here, near the tourney grounds. Just follow the road and you'll arrive.
Not coming with? Oh yeah, duty of some sort calls.
Some sort. Ha! Her Grace bestowed a great honor on me, even before we departed for Velen. I'm to play the hare during this year's game in the Palace Gardens. When you see me in my costume, you will wet yourself
I
laughing.
hope he doesn't die.
A little tempted to ask a few questions, but it sounds like a long, complicated story. One involving lengthy digressions into local history and tradition. So, see you later, Milton, and good luck.
Yo. I got a boots upgrade somewhere. Nope.
Keep calm. Start no pros.
Sounds of a fight. Have to hurry. Damn it. Killer must still be here. Busted ribs, blood from the ears. Took a solid hit. Massacred by a vampire.
Oh.
Not a Nekimara, though. Or a Fletter. Bruxa. Gotta be. Woman from the inn was wearing this coat.
Read the bestiary entry. Okay. What if it's a guy? Arachnomorph, I didn't read these earlier. Close conjunction cousins of common spiders. Scurvers, rot fiends, larger cousins. Oh, they look cool. Okay. Goliath. Oh, that's crazy. That's the tattoos and stuff. So Lady of the Lake. Tracks, the whole conjunction thing. Oh, caretaker. Some of my favorite boss fights so far, I think. The caretaker. Wraith from the painting. Yeah, she had that cool ability with the paintings. Rare creatures. Mistake them for delayed travelers. Close ties to birds, piercing voices, breathtaking speed. Turn invisible. Moon dust bomb is helpful. Generous smeared of vampire oil. Burden works on them, I guess. How many new things I can make here? If I ever made.
Black blood and moon dust. Could be lightsabers. In the cellar, gotta be.
Better. No.
Footprints. Small, bare feet. Lead deeper into the cellar. Hurled against the wall with great force. Used this to batter down the grate. Took a lot of strength to batter this down. 'Cause 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 you at the inn. I know what you are. Don't know why you killed these people, though. Clearly wasn't for their blood.
Talker?
We don't have to fight.
You are wrong.
I cannot let you leave.
Hey, she did the Buffy vampire transformation thing. That's cool. Come on. Yeah, it seems like the bomb effect would be really helpful here, which is nice. So there are more like really compelling reasons to use the Witcher potions and bombs and stuff. Telegraph? Pretty spooky too.
Body. What was she doing at the table, though?
Okay. I can't drop 10% critical hit chance. I'm probably never going to be able to replace those gloves.
Stinks. Waterlogged. Both hands amputated. Body was quartered just as I thought. Third hand. A spare. Except it's clearly not the victim's. Guardsmen must have not noticed it as they picked everything up. How's this possible? Still warm. Blood still flowing? Several monster species can regenerate. Never heard of that happening to their severed limbs, though. Or of their limbs seeming completely alive after so much time. Examine the tissue more closely later. Might learn something.
Just put this in my pocket.
Laid in water for some time. Head swollen, and something took a few bites out of it. Something in the throat.
Trying to do this like squeeze box instrument in the OST for Toussaint, and it's very silly sounding.
Florins from several different provinces. If the murderer did this, means we're dealing with a sentient thinking beast.
It sounds great if you're doing like a Professor Layton game, but it doesn't sound so like spooky.
Body was chopped up
Spooky
after
accordion.
Death. Blows struck with great force, but bones sliced through, not crushed. Creature that killed him had long claws, sharp as a witcher's blade. First sank its claws into the victim's heart. No Bruxa did this. So, murderer was clearly a monster, but not a Bruxa. But then why'd the Bruxa come here for the severed hand? And who does the hand belong to? Why the hell's it still warm? Now, pouch shoved down the victim's throat. What's the significance? And why was he chopped up into pieces? Lots of questions, no answers so far. Need to know about the other victims. I'll ask Palmerin to get me in to see the Duchess.
Eat. Ominous squeeze box sounds. Get Weird Al to score a horror movie. That better? Yeah, okay. I really need to replace the chess piece. It's like really good, but I don't like the look of it at all. Reminds me of Vladimir. Like doing this distant sound effect thing, it's kind of cool. Had it when you were first riding up on the town with the violins. Sank Hill live here.
Let me out of wet.
Hey, sure does.
Need to speak to the Duchess, urgently.
All right, you scamps. Story's done. Go find your parents.
But the Palmerine, what about the story of Rittik and the dragon?
A tale's for another time. But take a good look at the man who stands before you now. This is Geralt of Rivia, the master witcher who lent his valiant hand to the defeat of the giant Goliath.
Master Witcher, is it true virtue always trumps villainy?
I like that answer.
Not always. Could go either way. Sometimes virtue wins, sometimes villainy gets the upper hand. Still worth being good.
But why? If it doesn't mean you'll win.
Palmerin's story. Think back. A decent man attracts other good folk, makes friends he can count on. A rogue? Well, he can only count on other rogues. And who would you rather have for a friend?
A man of virtue?
I must agree. Now, that will do for questions.
That was nice.
Go find your parents. Her Enlightened Highness has doubtless arrived at the tourney grounds to watch the battle in the arena. If we hurry, we'll be in time to speak with her before the spectacle begins.
Lead the way. Who's fighting? Nilfgaardian gladiators?
Close, but not quite. As we'll soon see.
Someone's gonna fight a Shaelmar with only some bells on its tail to confuse it, slow it down?
Whatever is the problem? The beast is a gift from the Emperor, no less.
Shouldn't torment the beast. How would you like to be dumped in an arena, blindfolded with a string of bells dangling from your ass?
Pity a monster. You, a witcher?
I slay monsters who are a threat to humans. You're out to humiliate one to entertain a crowd. No knight will gain any glory from this. Who's going to fight the beast?
Guillaume, the young man you met.
Yeah. Mentioned he'd promised his heart's captor a monster trophy.
Great love demands great sacrifices.
Let's go.
Well, it's mostly option driven, although there are some scripted encounters where Geralt kind of acts that way. But I like the idea of him being a monster hunter, but him not like hating monsters. He doesn't want to like torture them. That's why he's so nice to trolls, because they're generally able to be reasoned with.
I dedicate my imminent victory to fair Lady Vivian.
It's begun.
So you think of like someone who's like an exterminator, but they like bugs.
We must wait.
Sad.
Got a bad feeling about this.
Classic attack.
Damn it. We have to help him. Gotta keep it down.
Oh, that's cool.
The beast heaved its
Hence the bells, yeah.
Bruxa roared and knocked him to earth. Then down came the Witcher in one mighty pound to give fight to the beast. Its plans confound. The freight of the beast has been weighed by the gods. So
Can I do the most classic 3D encounter? Yes, I can. Enemy charges bait them into charging into a wall. It's possibly the most fundamental 3D video game boss mechanic that exists.
The Shelma lies defeated by Geralt of Rivia, master of the witchering trade. Behold, as the last gasps of life seep from the beast.
Master Geralt, do what you must. Finish the deed!
Monster's no threat. No need to kill it.
A victor may always show mercy. It is his right. Long live Geralt the Merciful! Pikeman, see to the beast.
Oh, no!
Guillaume.
The lad came damned close to dying.
I'm fine. Not hurt at all. Vivian?
Smile as befits a hero and keep silent. Speech clearly pains you. She approaches.
Geralt. We must talk. Vivian.
You shall talk later, in the medic's tent.
Geralt, magnificent, breathtaking.
Your Grace.
We knew that to summon you was a brilliant idea. We are delighted, ravished to have struck upon it.
And I'm truly, honored.
See to our young hero. Hop, hop. For we must make off with Geralt. We should talk. We had been long awaiting your arrival. Had nearly lost hope. Then suddenly, that entrance, so spectacular.
Your Grace. Shaelmars are dangerous creatures, even to knights in full plate armor.
Nonsense. In Toussaint, knights have battled beasts for mere glory since time immemorial. True. Guillaume suffered a few bumps, scars, and bruises, but in return gained eternal glory as he who slew the monster.
What about the crowd? Say the Shaelmar had vaulted into the stands. Would have been a massacre.
Geralt, though we value your fortuitous intervention in the arena, we would remind you your services have been retained, and as shall soon become clear, you will be generously compensated for completing another task altogether.
Sounds good.
Your Grace, my contract. I'd like to discuss it.
Naturally, but not here. We shall need Damien. He led the investigation pending your arrival. But wherever could he be? Come, we must find him.
I really like the costumes in this game. Like, I can't really think of any other game that competes. And it's wild how infrequently they reuse them.
Alone? Or did Viscount Julian accompany you?
Some games will feel like they can justify this by letting the character wear all of them, but they don't in this. Geralt can't wear most of it.
Yes, but solely to tell him we regret. Yes, deeply regret rescinding the death sentence we so justly handed down upon him. If we could turn back time, we would make certain he sat in a tower till he rotted. No, we would ensure he was broken on the wheel, then drawn, hanged, and quartered. Ah, the very man we would entrust with these tasks. Damien de la Tour, captain of my personal guard.
Your Grace, Witcher.
Greetings. Sorry to have to tell you, but the guardsman handling the last victim's body...
I know already. The creature in the cellar of Corvo Bianco. Was it the beast?
No. A Bruxa, a kind of vampire. Not the beast, but tied to it in some way.
You know this how?
Through careful analysis of the evidence, both on the riverbank and at Corvo Bianco.
Do you mean to insinuate the investigation thus far has been sloppy?
Geralt insinuates nothing of the sort. We must listen to him attentively.
I examined the body of the beast's last victim. Might have found something. Need to analyze it. A quiet place, that's what I could use most right now. And maybe the help of an alchemist or a mage. Also like to hear all you know about the previous victims. Take it Sir de la Tour is my man for that.
Firstly, call me Damien, please. Secondly, you should know I spoke against summoning you here. I've heard much about you. You bring trouble, or thus far
it's a cause and effect thing.
As it is. Yet we are capable of defeating the beast on our own, without an outsider's help. I've no doubt about it.
Exterminators cause
Damien,
bugs.
We settled the matter of the Witcher's employ some time past. Definitively. Since you have broached it nonetheless, let us discuss Geralt's pay. Are the legends true? Do Witchers usually demand that which you find at home, yet did not expect?
Not quite, Your Grace. Law of surprise, it's something we invoke at times, but rarely. Usually we just take gold.
Disappointing. This law sounds rather romantic. On the other hand, on returning to the palace, we would likely find impatient petitioners or a set of sample fabrics for a new dress. Poor rewards, both. I fear you'd not have much use for any of the surprises we are likely to come upon. Thus, we've decided you shall receive the deed to a vineyard, Corvo Bianco, and the sum of coin. You will doubtless consider this adequate. Title to the vineyard shall be given to you at once. Surely you'll need lodgings while you hunt. The coin, however, will be yours only once you have slain the beast.
Lovely, generous gesture, Your Grace. Corvo Bianco. Isn't it the Duchy's temporary morgue?
Is it now? The Chancellery's bungled things again, we fear. Not to be left unsupervised for one instant. Yet, in its mood, a morgue should present minimal problems to a Witcher. What's more, nothing enhances a wine's reputation better than a grim legend.
Thank you, Your Grace. I accept the contract, of course. But as I said before, I'll need some information. How'd it start? Who was the first victim?
Crespi was the first to die.
He was famed once for his many glorious tournament victories. Then he grew old, hung up his sword, and took to winemaking.
Crespi was not loved by the wine merchants. He was ruthless in business and thought to cheat many a time. He asked us for a dispensation from all court ceremonies. We did not grant it. We could not. Once you've taken the oath of a knight, you remain a knight till death.
How'd he die? Where'd they find the body?
Quite unusual, the circumstance. He was at a feast when suddenly one of his fellow feastgoers noticed he was missing. The town watch found him an hour later. On his hands and knees, propped against the town pillory, his sword hanging from his neck. He had died of wounds inflicted with claws, not a weapon. Blows of great force.
So he died suddenly, but the body was on its knees, meaning someone posed it.
So it seems.
Was Toussaint like Spain, France, Italy?
Second murder. Tell me what you know.
In the city there are certain nooks. No one reasonable ventures there after dark.
Nilfgaard was pretty like French.
Such place. With the first murder, terror gripped the city. Its inhabitants grew wary, kept to safe areas. Consequently, news of the second victim came to us from a group of concerned cut-purses.
Criminals fear the beast? Telling in a way. Take it you've excluded the possibility that Ramon died at the hands of these bandits.
Do you believe me an amateur? Not hands, but claws killed Ramon Dulac. The wound was deep, clean.
His body was found in the gutter, dressed in nightshirt and cap, a pillow placed under his head, and his sword replaced by a bed warmer. Ramon Dulac, a knight who but a dozen years past was an advisor to our father, the Duke.
Someone went to a lot of trouble to make him look ridiculous. Maybe revenge was the motive.
It's not out of the question. Dulac had shady dealings with the criminal underworld, but no one ever came forth with concrete proof of any misdoings.
So, first two victims were knights, best years behind them.
The same could be said of the third. Sir Delacroix was wont to claim that in modern times, knights face new challenges. Enterprise being the latest addition to the chivalric virtues.
He made a veritable fortune in the grain trade. Palmerin even nicknamed him Sir della Stinci.
Found a coin pouch on his body. Contained florins dating from various times, hailing from different provinces of the Empire.
Delacroix loved coin, true, but had no patience for numismatics.
Lots of similarities between the victims.
Not a word I've heard before.
All the bodies were found in strange places under extraordinary circumstances.
Study of coins.
Seems the murderer, whoever or whatever it is, has some meaning to convey.
These were honorable men. We are horrified by the disdain, the disrespect with which they were treated. These were knights of Toussaint. Blast it.
Might be the point. From what you say, none was a model of virtue. Ever considered that's what the beast's trying to draw attention to?
All the murdered men were knights who swore fealty to the 5 chivalric virtues. And even if
Knights of Toussaint swear fealty to what virtues exactly?
honor, wisdom, generosity, valor, and compassion.
5 virtues. Why are they so important?
I was gonna
to
be
your
like
knights?
7,
Strange
but
question.
Your Grace, forgive me. I'm a foreigner trying to understand another land's customs.
You are forgiven. According to legend, the virtues we cultivate were bestowed upon us by the Lady of the Lake.
Lady of the Lake, like some
How
creepy
we
monster.
truly came to espouse them, none remember. In Toussaint, we believe men of low birth should be simple-hearted and obedient. We expect much more, however, of our knights. They are to be soldiers and courtiers, lords and servants. Thus, the need for clear moral guidelines. At the time of his dubbing, a knight vows to demonstrate throughout his life honor, wisdom, generosity, valor, and compassion.
Beast seems to be pointing up moral decay, denouncing it. Victims were all humiliated. Might have been murdered to emphasize
Yeah,
their
so it is
lack of
7
specific chivalric
with
virtues.
Honor
knight virtues.
compromised by the pillory. Wisdom by ridicule. Generosity by a coin pouch shoved down a throat. It seems to fit, true, though not perfectly.
Can't discount the theory if it's on the lips of everyone in town. Say our reasoning's right. Next murder will be just as showy and denounce the victim's lack of the fourth virtue, valor. We can also assume that victim will be an elder knight.
Let's think. At the moment, all the knights are either at the tourney grounds or in the palace gardens. Our annual hare hunt shall begin there shortly. Have you heard of the custom?
Milton mentioned something. Seemed excited to prance around in a bunny costume. Not sure why. Hang on. Strange circumstances. A knight advanced in years. The famed cowardice of rabbits.
Could it be that simple? Is Milton de Peyrac Peyren the next victim?
Milton also knew Delacroix. Told me so down by the river.
Damien!
Nice setup.
For me, something so
Make sure we
obvious.
care about the next victim.
De Peyrac Peyren, Crespi, Delacroix, and Delac formed a knightly team. It was years ago, but
A team?
They were a team?
they were close friends, tightly knit, and as such earned the trust of our father, the Duke. We often witnessed him turn to them with delicate matters. Later, their paths diverged.
Unlikely to be a coincidence. Beast must know it too. It's a lead, I'm sure. Your Grace, we need to find Milton immediately.
When you said he was looking forward dressing up in the bunny costume, like, okay, that's the kind of thing you say about somebody who's gonna fucking die.
Disguised as the hare, hiding somewhere, waiting for some tipsy courtiers to find him. The hare's hiding place is a carefully guarded secret.
We must call off the game at once.
First and foremost, we must remain calm. Damien, order the guards.
This one hasn't gripped me as much as Heart of Stone so far, but it's more interesting
By no
now.
means can we disrupt the festivities. Panic will only incite the beast to strike sooner. And you, Witcher, follow me. My gardens, my night, I shall take the fall. A murder is out of the question. I will not allow it. Not near my palace. Horses? Ready our horses!
Always sunny title card. A murder happens at the palace.
Your Grace!
What the hell? Why, I should... Your Highness, I...
Mind it doesn't get wrinkled.
Cool that they had her like tear it away on camera there.
Hey! That is silk! Be careful! Give it to me! Faster, Geralt! Right like the wind!
I gotta repair my weapon.
Your Grace seems right at home in the saddle.
This way! Through town! Try not to lose the way!
Oh, the streets are really cool.
Take care!
Good!
She tramples a child.
Clear a path! Clear the way, I said!
In fact, someone broke.
Is this part of the game? It's here! Just round the corner!
Hurry!
We must go to where the game is being held. The participants must find a unicorn's horn, a golden fish, and a phoenix egg. With these in hand, they can deduce where the hare, Milton, hides.
Mean we need to find those things too.
We've no other option, but time is of the essence, so we shall have to break the rules.
I can't take the squeeze box seriously. They just, I appreciate that they decided to include a new instrument in the soundtrack, but try to use it for like thriller music now. Exciting action
I shall show you where
scene.
the hunt plays out. Then we will split up.
Actually sounds kind of cool here.
You will get hold of the unicorn horn and the golden fish.
I generally haven't noticed the soundtrack in The Witcher at all, outside of the music that played in the swamp.
Golden fish. Do I need a rod or a net?
Please, Geralt. It's not a real fish. Look there, towards the water. See the lights? The hunters are trying to hook the fish from boats. You must simply dive in and find it.
The unicorn. How do I catch it?
It's terribly skittish, true, but I'm sure you will find a way to earn its trust. It runs around over there, look. The golden fish and the horn both contain things or clues that will help us find Milton. Once you have fish and horn, find me among the other Phoenix Egg hunters. All clear? Then let's get to it.
Dark sickles taints you from
of the 1290 vintage. I do encourage you to try it.
If one were to call a state courageous or coward, what other part of the
Very pretty.
They say a great deal about you, Witcher.
Most games have wallpaper music. It's not like games having a sweet soundtrack is a plus for me, but it's not a requirement.
What the blazes? Did someone just dive in the water? Perhaps that's the way to do it.
Sure, if you're a peasant.
Toffee. Well, they throw you into this event with all this urgency. Urgent squeeze box music.
That is not allowed.
It will not.
Not allowed.
Hey, wait. Stop. It's important.
King Cormorant, sire, accept this offering we bring. Prithee cast upon us your merciful eye, and bear before us its secrets.
As the moon is heavenly coursed up trace, in my domain I await that moment of grace, when a soul of good or ill repute brings me a gift, fitting tribute.
A key.
Wow, you bomb-botched wretch!
He ruins the game!
Disgraceful.
Good unicorn in quotes. I guess there could be no unicorns in this universe. Funny thing in RuneScape, there are no horses in the RuneScape universe, so occasionally they'll joke about a hornless unicorn.
She can't possibly see.
Legendary creature.
doublets, none of which are suitable to show myself in.
How's this gonna work?
Perhaps an apple will work, or some sweets.
We would not be in this predicament, dear sister, were you still a virgin.
Do you really wish to have this conversation again? Here and now?
Hush, or you'll spook the beast. We shall try the sweets.
Hey, folks.
Axie.
Gonna have to ruin your fun. Sorry.
Who's that?
This is fun. I do like this part. Come on, Geralt, Axie. Is that guy just eating a baguette? Find a treat for the unicorn.
Roach likes carrots. Maybe Unicorn will too.
This is an outrage. An outrage,
Roach won't
I
eat
tell
bread
you.
either, except if it's stale.
Uh-oh. Oh, I have to walk. Okay.
What would you say to a delicious, crunchy carrot?
Here you go.
Easy.
Assemble the clues. Milton's really dead. Dead in a bunny costume.
But your grace.
No,
If you please, Your Grace.
we do not please. We act out of the highest necessity. All shall be explained later.
But it's against the rules.
I am the rules. Geralt! At last.
Got a key and a clue.
And I've another. Show me yours. Who wrote this drivel? I begin like a crone, hollowed out with ease, then end like a mouse with a head of hard cheese.
Cave, pantry, greenhouse, someplace cramped. Got no idea where Milton's hiding.
Groans, hollows. Could be a cave, I guess.
Now that's just silly. Look, if we take groan, hollow it out and fill it with ease.
Oh god,
The
it's a
letters,
cryptic crossword?
you get green.
Fuck.
Then mouse.
I'm glad I wouldn't have guessed that one.
Head's hard cheese. Why, it's greenhouse.
Pretty clever.
I like that she knows
That
it.
sounds right to me.
There are several greenhouses in the gardens, but only one with a door that locks, and the key to it
I
looks
occasionally
just like
watch
the one we found.
the Cracking the Cryptic guys do cryptic crosswords, and it's just like complete nonsense to me. Like I can't follow it at all. I think it's just like you can get socialized to understand how they work, or there's like common memes that you get used to, but they're like really good at explaining their thought process for stuff, and none of it makes sense to me. May as well be like speaking a foreign language or reading hieroglyphics. Bobbins. Oh, interesting.
What was that?
I'm here.
Howdy.
This belonged to you, maybe?
It did, but you may keep it. I've a new one. I do not know you. I've done you no harm. Yet first you butchered a Bruxa who was dear to me. Now you pursue me. Why?
You've killed 4 innocent people, at least.
And another vampire doing
How many innocents have you cut down?
morality serial killing. I don't want to lie. Probably just accidentally murdered some people.
Plenty. Even more of the guilty, though. You're next.
I think not. You see, I've something to do still.
More murders?
Just one. Not counting yours.
I kind of wish they had done this with the vampire serial killer quest in the base game instead of having him turn into a big bat monster. Kind of like made it less exciting. They really like set up the high vampires as being really threatening. And he's just a regular bat guy. Oh, that's nice. Oh shit.
You were to stay where you were. Regenerate.
I know you're in trouble. I can help.
I'll help myself.
No, he's my friend.
Interesting. Where are we going with this?
Yes, Geralt, it's me.
Regis? You alright?
All is well. All's in order. Wounds such as these heal on vampires in moments. But we've not seen one another in ages, my friend. At least in human terms, that is.
How's this even possible? Last I saw you...
I was a bubbling, shapeless smear, having been rather spectacularly melted into a column
Assume
of
that's something from the
castle.
books.
In somewhat better shape now, as you can see. Hardly peak form, mind you, but were I human, folk would think me a demigod, I dare say.
I'm sorry. What happened, it was my fault. Never got a chance to apologize.
No need, Geralt. Bygones. I did not have to join you on that expedition. No one twisted my arm.
Miraculous regeneration. How do you manage it?
I had help. From the one you hunt.
Him? How? And what have you been doing all these years?
Not the time nor place for such stories. I suspect we'll get a chance to speak at ease and at length later. Now, however, we must deal with the reason that brought us both here.
Local serial killer seems to obey you. Maybe you could talk him out of it, convince him to stop murdering.
Why do you think I've come? It shall not be easy, as Dettlaff can be rather stubborn. Though you must certainly recall that neither do I surrender readily.
So that's his name. He's your friend?
You might call it that. Though Dettlaff is... how would you humans put it? More bestial than I am. But not to worry. I'm working on him.
Haven't exactly done a great job with that. He's killed one knight since I got here. At least 3 others before I arrived.
For good reason, I'm sure. Understand, Dettlaff is not some decadent shit who kills for sport, or to assuage a dryness of throat or a dullness of mood.
So in your opinion, what are his reasons?
Precisely what I wish to find out. And then I will convince him of the error of his ways.
Got a lot of faith in the guy.
Despite appearances to the contrary, you two are quite alike. You've both noble hearts, yet you both are wont to perform ignoble deeds. When circumstances force you to, of course. Remember the year 964?
That was 3 centuries ago.
Blind fear gripped Rivia, Lyria, and Spala. Women and children were dying. Their mutilated, dismembered corpses littered the fields.
Brute of Lyria. Read about it. Chewed up almost.
Do we know how
200,
old Geralt's supposed to be?
To a common
that, like,
poacher, supposedly
established?
armed with a
I know
dagger
he's
blessed
older
by
than
some prophet.
most humans.
It fell to Detlaf, who then found a poacher asleep in the brush near his snares and dropped the fiend's corpse at his feet. And thus, a legend was born.
Vampires rarely help humans. Must have had his own agenda, hunting the beast.
You err. He slew it for one reason alone. The monster killed a lad who once, in the street, had offered Detlaf an apple, expecting nothing in return.
Terribly noble of him.
You do not have a monopoly on altruism, my friend. Vilgefortz melted my body. Detlaf found what was left. As per our codex, he had a choice. To leave me where I was, or to care for me and nurture my remains. He chose the latter. Regenerated me at no small expense in his own blood. Do you know what that means to a vampire? The gravity of the endeavor?
Probably same thing it means to a human. You owe him your life.
Much more than that. The act itself made us blood brethren. A bond so strong humans cannot even imagine. Which is why I know something ill is afoot.
Always had an overdeveloped sense of empathy.
Each vampire has a unique talent. One they hone over centuries. It's precisely what renders us so difficult to classify. Detlaf's trump card is his herd instinct.
Enjoy that. All vampires have a mutant power thing. I don't know who started it, but it's in a lot of modern vampire fiction.
If he walks among you, killing egregiously, it can only mean something's upsetting immensely.
Anything specific? Some set of things that'd be likely to set him off?
Vampires, and they're the X-Men.
Detlaf doesn't understand men, their world, its rules, its conventions. He's naive in a sense. He doesn't comprehend your games, knows not what it means to lie, deceive.
Suggesting he's maladjusted and venting his rage.
I'm suggesting maladjustment can at times breed conflict. But is it the case this time? I cannot say, but intend to find out.
Gotta find him before something upsets him even more, and all Beauclair is awash with blood.
Well, we share a cause then, just like the old days.
Not entirely. I mean, when I find him, you know.
I know you've a contract on his head. Yet your true task is to stop the beast killing, not necessarily to kill the beast, am I right?
All in all, sure.
Let us find him. By the time we do, I hope I'll have convinced you Detlaf is no monster.
Fine, all right already. But for now, evidence is stacking up against him.
Hear that?
The posse. Knights must have tracked me here.
I prefer they not find me here. I've makeshift quarters at Mère Lachaise Long Cemetery. We'll meet there.
See you.
Bye, Regis.
Witcher, we flew here as fast as our courses would carry us. Yet I fear we're late all the same. Pray, where is the beast?
Still investigating. About to inspect this site. Withdraw your men before they trample all over the evidence.
Sirs, we must let the Witcher do his work. Milton's murder cannot go unavenged.
What do you think the follows are guns? I need to take a nap. Okay, so this quest is problematic. Following quest is problematic.
We must allow the Witcher to ply his trade.
About that evidence.
Ah!
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
A letter for you, sir.
Appreciate the kind words. Thank you, Zergon.
From?
Can't rightly say, sir. I was just to deliver it.
Glad the YouTube algorithm is letting it get seen lately. I put a lot of work into it.
Here. And thanks.
No, sir. Thank you. And I truly hope I'll be of service again.
Bye.
My dear friend.
I've been told you're on a jaunt to Toussaint. I do hope you don't overtax yourself during the wine festival. The effects of such exertion
Nice, yeah,
at
I'm
your
enjoying it
age
so
can
far.
indeed prove most detrimental. I've come upon some information which might be of interest to you. While browsing through a colleague's book collection, I found mention of one Professor Moreau of
Very good.
Beauclair, who conducted research into Witcher mutations. The details I've come to learn are rather vague, and his laboratory's location remains a
Why they
mystery.
tell you
Yet
about
his
this letter
journal
like an
should
hour
at
ago?
least provide hints as to both. It is said he was laid to rest with it in his tomb. I enclose a map I found in the tome I happened upon. Though less than completely legible, I trust it will prove useful nonetheless. Should you grow tired of sampling Beauclair's ladies, wines, and other exquisite delicacies, this matter might prove a fruitful diversion.
Thanks, Yennefer's voice
Investigate
actress.
at your leisure. Your friend, Yennefer.
A professor who studied Witcher mutations. Might actually be worth looking into.
It's relatively expensive when they could have just read the text and had it said it was from Yennefer, and they could have pretended like Yennefer was involved in some way. Island of Dr. Moreau. Yeah, I've probably watched way more YouTube videos and TV shows and stuff since getting into RuneScape than I would have before. Let's see what this is.
My eyes were not deceived. Yet so far south. You, sir, of all folk in all your fame.
Mm-hmm. Me. South in all my fame.
Ah, I've heard so much. Why, when Master Dandelion tarried in Beauclair, not a day passed without him baying out a ballad in admiration of your deeds.
Yeah. Unwelcome little habit of his. But, what can I do for you?
This one's really good.
See, my betrothed, Francois
The second one's pretty good too.
vowed in my honor to bring
The
me
first one
head
hasn't
of
aged
the
as
horrid
well.
beast they call Gretore.
Couldn't have gotten you a bouquet? Some sweets in a bag?
Witcher, sir, you jest. A love most true demands proof through heroic deeds dedicated to the heart's captor. But alas, Francois has been gone a fortnight. Thus I must plead with you to see what's become of him. Could you? Would you?
Will I?
Rarely my wont to turn down a damsel in distress. Even less so when there's a prize involved.
Ah, naturally. Why, you, sir, are no knight-errant, but a guildsman, an expert. How much would you need?
I was wondering if they were gonna like do the custom negotiation again that they had in Heart of Stone.
Yes, that amount I am prepared to pay.
This Gretore. Know anything else about it, mademoiselle? Judging by the name, guessing it lives in a cave.
Yes, from which it prowls when hungry. By night, when all are asleep, it creeps into villages. Then, of a sudden, breaks open shutters.
I love his like
Reaches
patience with
inside
people
and
having
snatches
like
babes
regional
from their
names
cradles
for
so
monsters.
quickly,
He's
they've
like,
not the
I'm not
time
gonna
to
bother
yelp."
them with it.
Nocturnal. Long prehensile arms. Intelligent.
Francois claimed he would cut the filth down in a snap. But he's been gone so long. Will you help, sir? I cannot sleep. I fear this worrying will be the death of me.
Do my damnedest to get your fiancé back safe and sound. Just, mind telling me where to look for him?
I forget you come from afar and do not know our land. They say Grotore has its lair in the caves at the foot of the Gorgon Hills.
That close to the city? Telling me no bold souls have ventured out to defeat the beast?
Quite the contrary. Plenty have, but none's returned. My concern is well founded.
I see. All right. High time I set off.
I'm glad we've got genre-savvy Geralt back. I really like that about the main campaign. They could, like, I think Heart of Stone was a really good story, but they unfortunately had to write it in such a way that, like, Geralt kind of had to have the idiot ball through a lot of it. Well, not an idiot ball, but he wasn't as suspicious of what was going on or ahead of things, right? Where was that? This one. But you can't really tell a story about, like, Faustian bargains and a devil character who's 10 steps ahead all the time if the protagonist is ahead of him, so I get it. Yeah.
Our Duchessa. Do you poke her too, Jared? Out of my way. Nothing to see here. Move along.
I don't think it would have fit if they had him be savvier during Heart of Stone, but I don't know. I think the thing they do really well is imply through dialogue that he knows more than the player does. And then he ends up revealing it to the player at an interesting moment through investigation commentary, right? I think that's really hard to write well. It's so much easier to have the Luke Skywalker character who has to have everything explained to him all the time. Hey, a thing that's actually visible from what I'm doing.
Inscriptions in Elder speech. Salvation lies not in Dolnevde, but in our hearts. Glory be to Eldarin. Damn, Professor's journal's long gone. Guess somebody else found out about it too. Should look around, see if I can find something else.
This game makes the, like, Witcher investigation stuff a big part of the, like, it's almost like
narrow
a
and
Batman
shallow.
game in that respect.
Very small, light. Woman, maybe?
But it does a good job of writing it in a way where it doesn't give everything away.
Damn it, trail breaks off. Wonder if the grave robber learned more than I did. Professor certainly can't do much to help me with my search. Won't learn anything else here. Map Yen sent me will have to do. Also, Epitaph mentioned both Eldarin and Dolnevde, Valley of the Nine.
Actually gonna use an in-game map? Oh my goodness.
Site marked on the map's all wet now. Sans Retour flows through
Yeah,
there.
they're just looking to give me a...
Must be where the Valley of the Nine once lay.
I need to get more signposts anyway. Yeah, I think it works.
Giddy up.
He's an interesting character. It's like he's like a schlubby exterminator or like a plumber or something, but he's like really good at what he does. The idea of a monster hunter who just does it for like a paycheck is really interesting. And then in the universe, we still have like knights errant who treat it with a lot more gravitas and get all excited.
Come on, Roach.
Okay, let's go. A lot of cemeteries in Tucson.
Regis. Couldn't have picked some other place to meet.
The third game is all about like the Wild Hunt and Ciri and the Elder Blood and her destiny, so I assume that's pretty late. I haven't read the books personally, so. Holy Post books, I see. Makes sense, gives them some room to not have to worry about the canon. God. Hydrogen transmitter sounds pretty nice. The die actually work too? Okay. I'm gonna go back to having this. It just feels really sad to have. You can use dyes to change the color of your armor. Only works in Witcher gear sets. The books are like super episodic, right? And every book jumps around in the timeline. And described it as feeling like stories of like a mythological hero, like Hercules or Thor or something.
I must have found something in Moreau's tomb to activate the entry portal. Wonder what surprises this place.
And a bunch of different stories that are attributed to Geralt or being about Geralt. Yeah, right.
Planted spikes. Sick sense of humor someone's got.
Trap mechanic, that's funny. Oh, shit. Ore veins. Those were in Witcher 2. I don't think we've seen them in the rest of this game. Oh shit. That's pretty cool. Just wanted to see new enemies. Probably need to start being worried about encumbrance here. Don't currently have here. Oh, I already have it equipped. Bummer. Okay. Don't have my case of emergency button. This cave feels pretty different than all the caves in the base game. Whoops. There are gravity deaths, for instance. Hopefully it autosaved recently. I haven't really been tapping F5. Yeah, right. Hungry kitties. Please be after the cats, at least at the cave. Okay, yeah, that's thanks, game. That's nice of you. Characteristically so. That'd be cool. I'm pretty bummed about like the situation with the author and these games. Mr. Moreau's diary. Interesting. Well, if you needed a spell to get in, why would you even have a way for regular folk to get in? Bottomless pit there. Careful. I guess I have a lot of authors whose work I like, but I don't like them personally very much. Like, I really like Alan Moore's work, but he sucks.
Oh, crap. Didn't I just do this?
Make sure I don't miss anything here. The zip line?
Course. Locked. Notes I found mention 4 protruding stones. Gotta press them somehow. Crossbow, maybe? Could try to hit them.
I've never actually had to aim this thing, so I don't know how it works. Hold the button down. Yeah, I was about to say, Scarf, be careful. It is objectively wrong to read Narnia in chronological order. And I will fight anyone who disagrees.
Not bad. Wouldn't mind having something like that myself.
Zipline? I don't think C.S. Lewis had any hand in people repackaging the books in chronological order. It makes me so mad, like... To like teach me that I can do that? No.
Not bad. Wouldn't mind having something like that myself.
Assume I can't use that, right? Oh yeah, no, definitely not. See the other thing I can shoot. I assume it's probably less crucial for the Witcher books because if it's mostly episodic stories, it doesn't really matter. This is kind of cool that they're like squeezing this extra puzzle out of their engine that was always doable. They just never used the crossbow for puzzle solving up till now.
Ah, did it.
Nice. They're pretty clever. They're very smart about using their assets.
Interesting as places go. Seems someone put a lot of thought into its design. Should look around. Impressive. It's just decoration.
Unwanted guest. Intruder. You are not welcome here.
Yeah, figured as much.
Oh boy.
Right. Gotta find the next portal.
Geralt's nightmare.
Damn it. Back where I started.
Not west.
Back where I started.
Just happened to go in right first time, so it's east. Does the law of biggest pain in the ass apply here?
Right. Now to find the next portal.
What about going back the way we came? Nope.
Damn it. Wrong again. Could be some clue around here.
No, that would make sense.
Right. Now to find the next portal.
There is a clue. Not not east and then west.
Back where I started.
Don't see notes anywhere. The opposing gargoyles. Try didn't like pick up a note and miss it. Doesn't look like it. Okay, east. It's not the way I came. It's not this one. I don't think it's the... Unless if I marked it as complete and it wasn't. Just check this one just in case.
Damn it, back where I started.
Yeah, okay, I don't see where the clues are. And they're not highlighted. Well, the first one's the way the statue's facing. I don't think it involves jumping down and going through again, right?
Alright, now to find the next portal.
It would be interesting, because I can jump down. Oh, this is a different room. Okay, yeah, I think that's right.
Statues seem oddly oriented, as if to all face in one direction.
I just got that.
The right portal, maybe? Right portal, maybe? Alright, now to find the next portal.
Didn't realize it was in a completely different room.
Alright, now to find the next portal.
The first time I got in here, I thought the portal was sending me to the second floor of the room I was already in, so I didn't realize I could drop down and go somewhere different.
Must be where Moreau had his lab.
Oh, that's pretty cool. The last one felt pretty hidden. Hey, it's a megascope.
Crystals. Should mount them in the megascope. Missing 2 crystals. Just need to pick an entry. Crystal for this entry's missing. Might be somewhere. Should look around.
The 18th of Yule, year 1102.
That's cool.
Today I begin my great life's endeavor. One greater and more significant than any I have thus far undertaken. For it relates to me personally. To myself and my son. When 15 years passed, a beast of the forest assaulted me. A witcher came to my aid, saved my life. I could not know that for said salvation, I would in the end pay by relinquishing any say as to my own son's fate. Had I the skill to turn back time, I would
The game seemed to imply that they don't do this anymore.
rather than surrender to the Witchers, my only son.
Or is it just because the Witchers are like dying out?
As it was.
They don't bother anymore?
On the day when Jerome was taken, I swore an oath on my honor that I would recover my son. Today, following years of research and preparation, I have at last devised a device that allows me to study mutations. If the gods in their goodness grant me but a bit of favor, I shall find a way to reverse said mutations and restore Jerome to a normal life.
So, Professor wasn't out to enhance Witcher mutations, wanted to reverse them. Wonder if he managed, and if there's anything in it for me.
Classic, like, BioWare style computer log.
Observation number 30. The mutations do not set in at once. Curiously, they do not develop over a span of time. Rather, for a mutation to progress towards completion, the appropriate mutagen must be applied continuously. The subject does not bear this well, but I found a way to make the mutations less taxing, invasive. To the mutagen base, I add the albumin of a mutated giant centipede egg. Stored in a glass terrarium, the eggs do not develop, remain small. The eggs themselves are a sight to behold. Mutated, they are luminescent, emitting a wondrous glow. I can only hope my addition of the albumin will produce no significant side effects. Time will tell.
Crystal for this entry.
Years of experiments, research, sacrifice, all for naught. I have failed to achieve my defined objective. Each mutation I applied to my subjects proved ineffective when applied to Jerome. What I meant to cure him of his witcherism, that which I meant to restore to him a normal life, only deepened his mutations, further augmented his speed and strength, rendered him yet more inhuman. It seems my son must remain a witcher forever. I have failed.
I think this guy's voice actor. He sounds familiar.
The time has come to abandon this place. Return home to Lydia. She may yet deign to take me back. The contraption and mutagens I leave here. Let them wither and crumble. As did my dreams of regaining my son.
So the professor wanted to reverse
Maybe not.
the
I guess he's
mutation's
mostly known for this
effects.
game.
Ended up deepening them. Stroke of luck for me. Could profit from his failure. So, Professor tried to neutralize the effects of Witcher mutations. Only managed to enhance them, though. Used the albumins of giant centipede eggs as his mutagen base. Need to go on an egg hunt.
It's really interesting to focus on centipedes of all things. All the scents and flavors are so intense they make me sick. Yeah, it's the country of saturation set to 125%. Enjoying it so far. It's quite good. There's another crystal.
Guessing this man didn't come here willingly. Intriguing as machinery goes, but how do I start it up?
Iron Maiden, excellent.
This crystal must go here. Missing one last crystal. Just need to...
Observation 22. Despite applying a surfeit of toxic substances, significantly more than usual, the subject displayed no symptoms of overdosing. I believe this to be an effect of the mutations. Thus, a minor success. This mutation should allow Jerome better to tolerate toxicity.
I assume the toxicity concept is straight out of the books. There's been in all 3 games.
Moreau must have kept his son in here. Grim.
Really need the one that lets me make more red. Can I do that? Learn it somewhere else, I guess, to transmute.
Quite the library. Mostly tomes on mutations and genetics.
Transformation they experience during the trial of the grasses are considered to be irreversible, cause witchers to become infertile, increase their physical strength, and sharpening their senses. Interesting. It's really cool. It's such a very, like, specific thing.
Intriguing as machinery goes, but how do I start it up?
Jump right to giant centipedes.
This crystal must go here. All crystals in place. Show me what you got. Just need...
Centipede Man.
Observation 58. Sometimes failure is the catalyst for success. I've discovered a method by which one type of mutagen may be transmuted into another through the addition of certain ingredients. This is a great day for science. In addition, I observed that today's dose of mutagens brought the subject to the brink of death. He then suddenly awoke, revived, his strength renewed. Not wholly, of course, but he did in a sense come back from the edge of death. Whether this is attributable to his mutations or to pure coincidence cannot be ascertained. I must conduct further experiments.
Dude's got Mr. Freeze vibes.
Seen enough.
Hey, it's a giant centipede cave.
Another one. How many of you in there?
Continuing their tradition of their new enemies being good at creating a gap.
Not bad.
Hail widows.
I need your eggs.
Get away, get away! Cool telegraphed attack. It's a well telegraphed attack also because the enemy's invulnerable during the telegraph, so it further incentivizes you to move away. Glossary entry. Giant centipedes. Enormous insect-like monsters. Oh, eat Shellmar dung, okay. was hoping that bestiary entry would mention something about witchers being like Spider-Man, but for centipedes. Shelmar. That's cool. It was sent by Charles Dance. It said sent by the Emperor, but I spaced on it. Is in fact a higher vampire. Looks like what I hoped the higher vampire from the main story was gonna look like. Okay. Working on it. Yeah, right. Guinness Book of World Records guy. It's also smart to have enemies that have periods of invulnerability, so you can't just like overwhelm them. You can with golems. Rude. I just dropped a greater red mutagen natively. That's exciting. Probably use that like right now. Oh, that's nice of them. Thanks, game. Good little Skyrim shortcut. This is gonna be fun.
No machinery in full gear. And how do I start to drop my armor? Leave my weapons.
It's kind of funny to actually make you unequip it.
Professor's mutagens might work on me as they did on his son. Well, time to find out.
This seems like a bad idea, Geralt. He's not looking too great. Seems like something Yennefer would make him do. It's like, does that usually only happen when he's got like high toxicity or something, where he looks like a Sith monster man? Oh, you've unlocked the mutation system? You mean like an actual system? Oh my god. That's kind of cool. I wonder if this is what they wanted to have in the beginning. Okay. Choose one of the available mutations. Toxic blood. Oh, I just spent those. Fuck. I guess I can unslot them. Okay, so use for ability points at the end game. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, neat. I think I can make a couple more greater ones here. Okay, cool. I don't know how transmutation works. What this is. Only one mutation can be activated at a time. Bloodbath. Good for AoE, I guess. I guess it's also it's an ability point and a mutation sync, because I guess you can run out of those. Getting actual real ability slots is kind of cool. Sucks all the unique ones are like total trash. Keep an eye out for winter cherries, I guess. I use this instead. Probably should try to upgrade it, but... This guy, okay. That's pretty neat.
A power cell for portals. Feels dead. Maybe a sign will revive it.
Alright, so there's a problematic quest coming up. Do this one though, I think. I just happen to not find very many red mutations in my base playthrough. I don't know why. Oh, hello.
I'm dead.
This one in The Witcher 1 or something? This seems familiar. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. being able to transmute them is nice. I don't know if I have multiple chances to find the transmute recipes. I think I'm sitting on 1,000,000 of one color. Oh, this is cool.
Moors. And victuals are plenty around here. Some stench.
Dude, it's messing me up. There's green. I wonder if they just got better in the DLC. That was weird. What the fuck? So I wonder if they got better at the DLC at having interesting side content be discoverable near the stuff that you're supposed to be doing.
Agreed to meet a vampire at a cemetery. How much more cliché can you get?
Nothing comes readily to mind, though we did not meet so I could prove how very original I am.
True enough. Need to find your friend. I'm hoping you'll agree to help.
I shall do whatever's in my power. Yet what you want or even need must matter little. What matters is what Dettlaff wants. If he does not wish to be found, you will not find him. Ever. End of story.
Come on. Gotta be some way.
Vampires can evade detection by the senses, and no divination magic works on us. Even the most precise megascope would be useless.
And this? Could this help?
Wherever did you get that?
Off one of the beast's victims, found by a bend in the river.
We make
Body was
another one?
chopped in pieces. 3 of those pieces were hands. Hand with the ring seemed the odd one out, but Bruxa had taken an interest in it.
You often smell hands?
It's Dettlaff's hand, without a doubt. It will do splendidly.
Ring's pretty intriguing. Made of no metal I've ever seen. And the ornamentation.
It comes from
I say
our
they're
home,
from a different world.
where we lived before the conjunction of spheres. It's actually mine. I received it from a dear old friend. You might call him a humanist. He saw us vampires as guests here. Guests who owe their
Normal thing to
hosts,
do.
meaning you humans and the elder races, respect.
Respect? Meaning not to treat us like cattle to be slaughtered for food?
Precisely. And the reason why I, in turn, gave it to Dettlaff. To remind him of the ideals my old friend championed.
The hand. What do you plan to do with it?
You've heard of Kovinaris' theory of tissue memory retention.
Rings a distant bell. Read about it in Alchemia Oblitera. There's a copy at Kaer Morhen, tattered, nearly disintegrated. But if memory serves, Kovinaris never managed to prove it worked.
He did prove it.
It's homeopathy, but for severed hands.
He and I corresponded, you see, after we became friends. Thus, I know he completed his research and performed the first tests. It's complicated, so without delving into details, it is possible to use any piece of tissue to reconstruct what a whole body experienced.
How's it work? We need any special equipment?
We must brew a decoction which Kovinaris gave a rather poetic name, resonance. Once imbibed, it sends one into a trance similar to that induced by narcotics. This triggers visions of events linked to strong emotions experienced by the tissue's owner. Picture it as dreaming a fragment of someone's life.
Any chance we might see what Dettlaff was doing just before he lost his hand?
Indeed. Though I also hope resonance will reveal the location of Dettlaff's hideout.
Can't you just summon Dettlaff? You're both hired vampires, there's gotta be a way.
If I'm to be entirely candid, there is indeed one. But believe me, we will be better off never availing ourselves of it. It is a last resort.
Well, that's never gonna come up.
Absolutely.
Last resort? The hell? Why?
There is a being who can summon Dettlaff. Possesses the authority, even the power, to force him to appear in a given place. But the very act of contacting this being, well, it's akin to walking a slack line extended over a chasm filled with molten lava. An exercise as perilous to me as it would be to you. A risk I'm unwilling to take. I beg you, let's do it my way. It will be both quicker and easier.
Covenarius spent half his life proving his theory. Wild guess. Making a dose of resonance won't be easy.
You guessed correctly. In addition to Dettlaff's tissue, we shall need a powerful occipital lobe stimulant. Effectively a poison, to make one susceptible to visions.
Well, got a few ingredients to choose from. Unfortunately, all are pretty rare. There's Mamoon glands. The closest ones I know of are in Vizima. A spotted white saliva would also serve, but they were cold to extinction over a century ago. Could go with a kobold's eyes. The creatures are
Yeah, just go get some psilocybin.
eyes out.
Given that we lack the time to sleuth this out ourselves, permit me to summon some help.
We don't leave that thing lying around. It's gonna go all thing on us. It's talking to birds. Does your bird know where to get drugs?
Rather a common sight at this latitude. Very intelligent fowl.
Oh, okay.
I asked him to look for the creatures you
Hey,
mentioned.
man.
Him
You know where I
and
can
his
find some
brethren.
good drugs?
Perhaps they'll find one in the area, and I would hazard that a flock of ravens will spy any said creature faster than a solitary witcher would. With all due respect to your skills, my friend. It will take them some time, nonetheless, so perhaps you'd care for a snifter of mandrake.
Rarely say no to a snifter.
Sadly, this is but a weak infusion rather than a proper distillate.
Even better. I remember your mandrake hooch. Made people say things they'd have rather kept to themselves.
Now, what could Geralt of Rivia prefer to keep to himself?
Everyone's got some secret.
I agree wholeheartedly. I also believe it wise at times to share one's secrets, unburden oneself to those one can trust.
This your sophisticated way of asking me if I trust you?
I prefer almost always to ask indirectly. It seems a test of intelligence, one you just passed.
Maybe you should go first. Reveal one of your secrets.
Never have I ever.
After all, you vampires lead
They already
very
did that.
interesting lives.
Anything in particular interest you?
What's it like being dead?
Gotta ask you the big question. One everyone wonders about.
Nothing.
What happens after death?
You wish me to tell you if the human belief in the gods is well founded? Well, that I do not know. We vampires differ exceedingly from you humans. Our matter, that of which we are composed, can exist without form. We require neither a heart, nor a brain, nor air to breathe.
But were you dead?
As humans understand death, yes.
Kind of a cool
Feel
take on
anything?
vampires.
Understand anything?
It's rather hard to explain. I felt something very unsettling. Something I cannot even name, for I did no reasoning. Only after rebirth did I begin to understand that what I had felt was cold and unimaginable fear. If not for Detlef, I might have drowned in an eternity of icy terror.
Can't have been alive then.
Got the crash.
Experience
I'll
like
finish
that must be
this
vicious.
dialogue. Unfortunately, the graphics are going to be fucked up.
Indeed, it's hard to compare to anything I know. Yet you are aware we don't see
Right on
death
schedule,
as you do.
2.5 hours.
The way you cling to life, we find it entirely peculiar. You are mortals, ergo it's a foregone conclusion. You will die. It's but a question of time. Thus, I often find myself wondering why you try so very hard. To die at 20 years, 40, even 100, what's the difference? They're all but the blink of an eye.
Depends on your point of view. Man who's got 1,000,000 crowns to spend can't possibly understand one who's only got 20.
Very true. One's outlook can indeed change much.
Got a new life, a new body. That give you a new start, blank slate?
Starting all anew is a very broad concept. What exactly do you mean?
Your blood addiction, say. Wondering if your body's the same, if it still remembers. Maybe if you drank now, you wouldn't get hooked.
All addictions are a form of slavery. Re-addiction's not a risk I'm willing to take, just to test a hypothesis about corporeal regeneration and whether propensities carry over.
Fair enough. Curiosity, that's all. Sorry.
Not to worry, Geralt. Curiosity's a natural reaction under the circumstances, apart from which I've always valued that trait in you.
Thanks, Regis.
Always fascinated me the way vampires can regenerate. A hand growing back is one thing, but Detlef recreating you out of a wet smear? Something else entirely.
A difficult and laborious process, but one that's possible, as my presence proves. But I've heard you too had quite the adventure. They say you lost your memory.
For a bit, but Triss helped me get it back. Actually, pretty damn lucky I only had amnesia.
Yes, you humans are rather buggered in those terms. To strip you of life is, well, it's just plain easy. I've always
I really
pitied
do
you
think
in
they
that
wasted
regard.
the amnesia thing. Glad it's not a
We
thing at all in
vampires
Witcher
are not
3.
hard nuts to crack. If a member of another race kills one of us, we can be reborn with a living higher vampire's help. However,
I'm almost positive they did it for
strikes the deadly
storytelling
blow,
reasons and
death
then
is
just didn't
permanent.
really use it.
There can be no rebirth. One of the chief reasons why vampires long ago swore never to fight one another.
Curious what you did after you were reborn.
As I'm sure you can surmise, at first I was thoroughly absorbed with recovering. As it is, I've still not recovered completely. Yet I was so weak the first year that I could not stand or move on my own. Detlef bore my weakness bravely, showed great patience. If not for him, I wouldn't be here, and I'd have regenerated far slower. Once I could at last stand unassisted, I set off for Bruges, for my one-time home of Dillingen. There I led the peaceful life of a rural healer and surgeon, enjoying my neighbours' respect and, in fact, constituting the exact opposite of the monstrous vampire the populace imagines.
Bruges, you say? Rebirth make you sentimental?
Perhaps a dash. But what of you? Where have you been? Ever find your Cyrilla?
It'd be cool if there's different dialogue here based on whether you beat the main campaign.
Back then, yeah. But we parted again soon after. And when the time was ripe, she came back. Defeated the Wild Hunt together.
Ooh. Seems I certainly missed quite a bit while I was absent.
True enough. But it's a conversation we'll have another time. Need to know more about you now. All right. Give you one question.
I just asked you 5.
What do you want to know?
One question to ask one as fascinating as you, Geralt. Cruel parsimony, I'd say, but I shall do my best to make it count. If you were to die and be reborn as I was, in your new life, would you choose to be a Witcher?
Kind of get the sense that Geralt's like accepted it. He's like 100.
See, Regis. Doubt I'd know how to be anything else.
Yeah.
Ever tried?
See, you're determined to get an answer, to find out if I like being a Witcher. Just refuse to ask directly, as always. I like being on the path. I like picking up a lead, a trail. I like the tension right before a fight. And nothing gets my adrenaline flowing like battling a beast. Even gotten used to people treating me like a freak, an outcast. Yeah, not something I think about much, but I like being a witcher.
Thank you for being honest. Honesty is an attribute of the truly brave, and thus a privilege of the very few.
Still no sign of your winged friend. Sure it understood what you wanted?
Dead certain. Let's wait a bit longer. It'll return soon, don't doubt that for a moment.
Drug hookup, bird. Alright, I'm gonna let the game crash here in a second. Just wanted to finish that conversation until it lets me save. Hopefully it's not kobolds.
Even in his sleep. Quite vampire-like, in fact. Are you absolutely certain they don't administer a few of our genes during the trial of the grasses?
Appreciate the compliment. Got something for me?
You were right. No kobolds or mamoons for miles around.
Knew it.
Allow me to finish. You see, there's this spotted white. It haunts an abandoned residence in the Caraberta woods.
Impossible. My brethren hunted down every last spotted white before I was born.
Then it seems you must revise your knowledge of spotted whites. For somehow
That's
this
kinda
one
cool.
managed to survive your brethren's onslaught. It seems I know this home it haunts. Recall a tale about it. Locals believe the place cursed. Perhaps that's how the whites survived entirely unmolested.
Whites rarely appear in the woods, even less likely to find them in abandoned human homes. They inhabit remote wildernesses, old abandoned cemeteries.
What's your point?
This might not be a spotted white after all. Your little helper might have made a mistake.
I sincerely doubt it. Ravens are devilishly intelligent creatures, and they've highly developed observational skills.
What exactly did they observe?
The area around the estate, it's covered in spoons.
Spoons?
Spare me the skeptical smile. I'm but the bearer of this news. Or perhaps this spotted white is a hoarder. Or the spoons are somehow related to the curse.
Know anything else about this curse?
I don't recall much in particular. Really don't attach much importance to such things. It was mentioned to me as an anecdote, no more.
Come on, search your memory. Something, anything could be important.
I believe it had a relation to hunger, or, perhaps greed, rapacity. Someone was punished for something...
Textbook definition of a curse, pretty much.
Sorry, Geralt, I try not to clutter my mind with the details of every far-fetched tale I happen to hear. What are your thoughts?
A specimen of a species thought long extinct, and a curse in one place. That a coincidence, or are they related?
Ah, professional curiosity. Personally, I've nothing against you delving into this dilemma, but please remember we need the white's saliva. Nothing beyond that.
Just trying to get high here, man.
Let's do this. Start making your decoction while I go get some saliva from that white. Uses it in its brews.
Do you imagine the white will simply sell you some?
Worst case scenario, I'll bring you its salivary glands. They ought to do as well.
For a moment there, I imagined you asking the white to spit into a vial. Quite amusing as a thought, but the salivary glands will do fine indeed.
So, see you later.
Yes, till later. I shall start by perusing some tomes.
Tomes? Thought you were gonna make this decoction.
We require one last ingredient. Alas, obtaining it could prove a trifle toilsome. Thus, I hope to identify a suitable alternative.
All right. Good luck.
And to you, my friend.
Exactly. All right, I'm gonna let the game crash here. Oh, when it lets me save. Maybe they'll use my reports. Whoa, well, that's new. No idea. At 2.5 hours every stream, it just crashes. Haven't figured it out. There's like an aura foretelling it when the game suddenly like drops in quality. It looks like it's running at a lower resolution or something. Haunted. Tried Googling it, didn't find anything. There we go. Okay. You like the little, you should read the bestiary. You went to all the trouble to populate it. It's cool. Kikimores. Highly developed sense of smell and use airborne particles undetectable to humans. Hey, thank you, Zergon. Appreciate that. It's really cool of you. Shoot you a whisper later with some details about your subscriber perks, but welcome. Good to have you. Get your SP bonus right away. And if you think about a game you'd like to see me play for about an hour, we do a thing called subblock. So shoot me a whisper if you think of anything. Whites are ghastly and threatening in appearance. One should not approach them with a sword drawn or attack them unprovoked. Oh, okay, so this isn't specifically about spotted whites. Gotcha. Also welcome to join the Discord. There should be a link under the stream there. Channels for RuneScape discussion if that's your bag. Look for the White Slayer.
Dressings, bandages.
What's that about?
The dressings, bandages, where did I put them?
Forget it. Bandages won't do him any good.
What? Oh, but he breathed still a moment ago.
Mm-hmm. Breathed his last then. Bled to death. Legs broken. Femoral arteries ruptured. Wound like that, you're dead in minutes.
Gods.
What happened here exactly?
I was rolling through, fully loaded, when I heard screams. This one crawled towards the road, then drooped to the ground, lost consciousness. I jumped down to help him, dress his wounds. Then you appeared.
Pretty admirable stopping to help a stranger.
Truthfully, when I saw him, I considered it might be an ambush. The thought entered my mind, I near decided to crack the whip. But to abandon a man in need? It's simply not the decent thing to do.
Decent enough in many other places, believe me. Before you go on, clean your hands thoroughly and burn your shirt. Might also want to rub some thyme on your body to be sure. Smell of blood might attract ghouls otherwise.
Who might you be, precisely?
A witcher.
Oh. Do you expect some beast might have killed him?
See what we have here. Legs broken, but cause of death's the wound. Small but deep, edges unfrayed. Either a thrust weapon or a thick claw. Maybe a wyvern's. Tough to say, and... breastplate's unusual. Dented. And it's got a patina.
An antiquity, I believe. I deal in these things, so... what's puzzling is... why did he done it?
Not likely to learn that from him. Now to figure out where he came from. From that house, I'm assuming, but need to investigate. Got some work to do. So long.
Wait, I will come with you.
Gotta be kidding.
So be it. But stay close, keep it down, and don't touch a thing. Trail leads to the house on the hill.
Which stands silent as a grave.
Must have been here he broke his legs. Fell while climbing over the wall. Trying to leave the property probably, after he didn't manage to open the gate. Gate's locked from the inside. Clearly been jostled though. Something tried to get out.
The very thought sends a cold wind down my back.
If he's the one who chased him out, I guess we'll see. Line from Geralt about him being fishy was interesting.
He tried to crawl away, though he was heavily wounded. Something horrifying must have been after him.
Damn it.
Extreme cosplay?
Good gods!
Servant. Stabbed to death. Over a dozen blows with a sharp object. Some post-mortem.
I cannot believe this is the work of a man. It was a monster, to be sure.
What the hell's this? Setting for a banquet?
It seems so. What's your suspicion? Did none survive? Gods.
Silver tableware. Elven engravings. Torso punctured with great force. Blow pierced hardened steel. Man on the high road. Breastplate was identical. Throats massacred. One mighty blow. Shield along sides old and dented. Swords ceremonial. And Shay handiwork clearly. Ceremonial bowls. For little sacrifices?
Of what? Please, do not say
No.
humans.
Vegetables.
Burn marks. Something catch fire. Explode. Strong stench.
Oh, hello. I'm okay to switch off light gear just to get out of this stupid shirt. Okay, that looks better. You get him better pants now.
Multiple wounds on the body. All puncture wounds, but hard to tell what caused them. Victim's human, but the attire's elven.
Are you certain? How did he come by it? We've so few non-humans in Tucson.
Fled, then dropped to the ground to douse the flames. Didn't manage. Burnt smells growing fainter. Might have been another luckier soul managed to flee. Double it scorched. Wriggled out of it, tossed it, then ran on.
Perhaps there's no one inside after.
I know you're in there. Breathing's loud and clear. Open up. We mean you no harm.
They remain there?
I like to use that dirty face texture. It's always literally just their face, though.
Listen, I'm a witcher. I'm here to help you. But if that's gonna happen, you gotta answer some questions first. You mentioned them. Who do you mean?
Those, I don't know what they were. Spirits. It all occurred of a sudden. We were staging a scene. The event of paying homage. There was a flash of light that blinded me completely. I heard cries, though saw nothing. Then felt my own robes were in flames. I broke and ran, threw off my doublet, leapt in here, and it shut and locked the door behind me. They pounded on the door. I thought they would get through. I thought I was done for, but in the end, it grew calm.
Who are you?
Who are you exactly?
Durant Faucher Plamondon de Safaran, Lord of these lands, and Chairman of the Society of Friends of the History of Tucson. We meet here annually to mark the anniversary of the Elfin Homage. But something like this, why, it's a first.
So while reenacting a scene from the past, somehow, unintentionally, you summoned a specter, a Korgorath, or a tube, maybe.
What? What now?
Best thing? You gotta do it again, of course.
Are you mad? Would you have this thing kill us?
No, don't want it to kill anyone. Precisely why I gotta do my job. Summon it again, whatever it is, and tend to it once and for all. Durand, think I can reenact the pledge, the giving of homage, alone?
It was a great, momentous event. The surrender of Tucson's last elfin king.
Oh, good thing we've got three.
3 individuals.
Damn it. Can't risk. Can't expose you to danger.
Master, if what you say is true, then I was the cause of this massacre. Unintentionally, yet nonetheless, I've a duty to assist you. A moral one.
Gods have us in their care. I shall help as well.
Duty.
Let's get to work. Start by clearing the corpses. Got some time. Won't start the reenactment before nightfall. Things of this sort are a lot more likely to work after dusk. One last thing, though. My pay. Don't work for free, you know.
Understood. Just keep the danger at bay, and I shall be generous. Through and through. I will stand, or rather, sit in for King Ludovic upon the elfin throne, while you, Witcher, will play the Enche ruler. We must don the costumes. All must be just right.
Divethaf, the elven king,
Masks are fun.
hosted Ludovic in his own palace upon his own throne, amidst the blinding glow of a plethora of torches.
Hey, I get to use my power. I just thought this was pretty underused, even though it's kind of a cool ability.
Divethaf laid at Ludovic's feet a loaf of binnen and elfin bread, thus granting humans rule over seat-yielding lands. Divethaf filled the ornate ceremonial bowls with elfin wine, Winnoet, the sweetest blood of the land that had been torn from him. Long last, the elfin king grasped
Just put the bottle in there.
and shield, thus symbolically passing command of his armies to humans.
Until I just talk to somebody to do it.
Don't interrupt.
Listen to request items. Oh, no kidding. Did it give it to me or not? Okay, it's in my pocket, I see.
Don't interrupt. Elven King, erect in his pride, drew his blade and dropped to his knees, thus acknowledging his final defeat. Ludovic
Stream cosplay indeed.
I accept your allegiance and shall return in 1 year's time to...
Oh, shit.
Ah, look! Look! The statues!
Impossible! God's mother!
This is a steel weapon, no kidding.
Show me what you got.
So it says it does pretty good damage. I didn't mean to drop that shit. I'm gonna die. These guys hit like trucks for some reason. Yeah, okay. Try that again. Hopefully it quick saved at the end of the thing. I'm trying to get my gear situated. Okay, good. Thanks, game. No wonder all the wedding guests fucking died. Jeez. Mages are really dangerous. Damn.
The sculptures, they came alive. By what witchcraft?
Dunno. Specialize in killing monsters. Reviving them, not so much.
I may know what happened. The statues, you see, once stood in the palace of one Defethov. I acquired them a month past because perhaps I should start at the beginning. This Defethov was to pay tribute to humans, producing statues of this sort each year. Yet he did so but once, for he perished in the massacre of non-humans at the foot of Mount Gorgon in the year 782. It's fortunate he did too, as Defethov had planned Ludovic's downfall.
Oh, well.
For he sculpted not statues, but columns that masqueraded as such. Columns activated with words said in homage. Columns that would have turned the king and his bodyguards into so much colorful confetti.
Typical.
Maybe don't celebrate the surrender of the elves.
Elves. Pshh.
You're no better. Elves were just defending their territory. You humans took it, but you still weren't sated. Had to cut the elves down, every last one.
You? What does that mean? You're a man as we are.
Kind of.
Yeah, in a way. Just ashamed to have to admit it sometimes.
There you go. At least have the goddamn common
Your words,
courtesy.
They're wrong, Witcher.
To hate yourself,
But I'll not let
motherfuckers.
you leave empty-handed. Take this, your reward.
Farewell.
What the fuck? Why did that happen? Alright, whatever, it's fine. Cool quest. This man is overgasped. Door came right back. It's okay to be human, but the least you can do is feel like shit all the time. Oh, that didn't work. Oops. I don't think I'm going to get to use that mutagen system at all. I just don't have any red mutagens. Or any idea where to get the thing to transmute them.
Bar guests. Never a good omen.
Oh, hey. They basically brought back every monster from The Witcher 1 and 2, I guess.
The spoons are beating out some kind of rhythm.
Primus?
A message. Trying to tell me something.
Yeah, exactly. Also that Soundgarden song.
None shall sit and dine with you at your table. No spoon you have shall sate you. Never again shall you wish to spy your reflection in the mirror. Sounds like a curse, all right.
One was pissed.
Somebody's clearly obsessed. Regis mentioned the place might be cursed. Can't be a coincidence. Need to look around. Pigsty. Need to search it thoroughly. Find a way to collect some white saliva. White's obsessed. A real collector. Thoroughbred. Spoon. Pretty ordinary. Maybe a little old. Spoon's incredible. The craftsmanship. Must have graced a rich man's table.
Incredible spoon. Having dizzy spells. That's good. Resident Evil
monster. Recorded it in her diary. Poignant.
Log.
Smashed mirror. As if someone couldn't stand to look at themselves. The monster. Journal's author, maybe?
Crate full of spoons.
No spoon you have shall sate you. Whatever lives here treated that literally. Still searching for the right spoon. Another spoon. Yep, just as normal as the last one.
A pretty funny concept.
Key. Sophisticated crafting.
Spoontaneous profits.
White's a true collector. White's obsessed. A real collector. Thoroughbred. Skeletons. Doubt they came here willingly. This have anything to do with the curse? None shall sit and dine with you at your table. It'd make sense.
Track outlaws for pay. Marlene. Oh, okay. A beggar showed up, she turned him away.
Woman's name scratched into this wooden spoon. Romantic. Right arm bit right off. Teeth all knocked out. Somebody tried to force feed him. Broken neck. Indentation in the skull's lateral surface. Smacked in the head by something heavy. No claw or fang marks. Probably choked to death. None shall sit and dine with you at your table. No spoon you have shall sate you. Never again shall you wish to spy your reflection in the mirror. Actually does seem like a White's lair. Bit atypical, but still. Cauldron should be somewhere around here.
That he's like such a monster nerd and he knows about this thing that's been extinct since before he was born. Also, it's kind of a cool take on White. I'm used to Whites literally just being...
White's not particularly tidy.
Another kind of zombie. Oh, nice.
Another spoon. Yep, just as normal as the last one. Table's set. White who lives here is getting ready for some sort of feast. White that lives here, definitely afflicted by a curse. And it's been trying desperately to lift it.
That jacket's kind of cool looking.
Cauldron's empty, unfortunately. Regis needs some brew. Afraid he won't get that. No choice but to hide and wait for the saliva glands and their bearer. Need a spot that'll let me observe the cauldron.
Ability to wait for like days without getting bored. Pretty cool Witcher superpower. A lot of effort on display for this quest. There's the camera from inside the wardrobe, all the animations of it drinking and stirring. You don't see this much environmental monster behavior.
I'm not gonna hurt you. Wanna help? I
I've seen the words of the curse on the walls. Think I know how to lift it.
Has to eat with him, eat with her.
You tried to bring folk here, convince them to sit at the table with you, right? Well, I'm gonna be your guest now. Your willing guest.
I'd actually switch off that. It looks like he's wearing like a suit jacket with armor. A little too silly.
Just need a bit for Regis. And now we'll tend to you.
Curse.
Need to get this right. Words of the curse were, none shall sit and dine with you at your table. No spoon you have shall say to you, never again shall you wish to spy your reflection in the mirror.
Swap spoons. Using the spoons. Not using the spoons.
We can't use spoons. No, that won't work. You've been looking for a spoon that would feed you, but there's no such spoon. We need to eat without spoons.
This is a really cool scene. This whole sequence has been great. Now, that's got a bunch of spit in it. He's probably gonna get high right now, right?
Open your eyes. You need to see your likeness.
Not great, huh?
Think it worked. Just not quite like I expected. Need to see what happened to the white. Won't be hard to find given its stench.
Is that the right answer of don't use spoons? That's too much. That's really silly looking. That still counts as light armor.
Easy. Not gonna hurt you.
Eat. I must eat.
Oh, she looks great.
I'll take you someplace safe.
It's really cool that they added a non-violent way to solve that one. Really easy. Just have another fight against another zombie thing.
So I took her by the hand and led her here. Seemed the only sensible place for her.
You did the right thing, sir. She should recover quickly here.
I'm deeply pleased, finally, to make your acquaintance, sir. Though I do regret the specific circumstances.
Oh, right.
In all the commotion, I fear I
Wait,
neglected
what the fuck
to
is this
introduce
place?
myself.
How does he know this guy?
I'm Barnabas Basilfolti, and by order of the Duchess, I am to serve as your major domo at Corfo Bianco.
Nice to meet you, Barnabas Basil. Love to talk more, but got urgent matters to attend to. While I'm gone, please make sure she gets everything she needs.
Don't worry, sir. I shall see to everything. She is safe here and in good hands. She'll soon be back on her feet.
First job for my
Might actually take
butler.
a while. She hadn't eaten anything in over 100 years when I found her.
Horrid. Whatever brought this about?
Told me her story on the way here. Her name's Marlena. She was once the very beautiful and proud heiress to the Trastamara estate. One evening, when she was holding a banquet for friends, a beggar came to her gate seeking alms. He had a bowl and a spoon with him. He sat outside her fence and waited.
I've heard of the custom. An ancient rite of hospitality that obliges one to give food and drink to such a guest lest he depart hungry. To neglect the custom is to bring great misfortune down upon oneself.
Marlena didn't care a whit for the old customs. She drove the man off, saying she'd rather feed the leftovers from her feast to her dogs than to give the beggar anything. The beggar then broke his spoon, cast a curse. She was beautiful, so he said she'd never wish to look at herself in the mirror again. Since she adored feasts, he swore no one would ever wish to sit and dine with her. And as she even refused him the crumbs from her table,
Just
he
playing
swore
that
she'd
music.
never find a spoon in the world that would sate her hunger.
A harsh punishment. I imagine lifting the curse was hardly simple.
Yeah, let me bond with my new butler.
Curses are tricky. They play on irony. Always gotta figure out what the catch is. Marlena had spent decades looking for a way to lift it. Transformed into a wight, she stole spoons and lured folk into her home, trying each time to get them to dine with her. Didn't work.
So what did?
Someone had to sit down and share a meal with her, of their own free will. They had to eat without using spoons, and make her look at her reflection.
That's it? That was all it required?
Simplest solutions are sometimes the last that come to mind. Besides, when you're a wight, it's pretty damn hard to find willing human company for a feast.
I imagine so. But, most importantly, it is now over. Please, don't worry. She will be in good hands here.
Tell me about this place.
Vineyard comes across as a place with a rich history. Know who owned it before me?
Baron Rossel, who went bankrupt, forcing him to sell the estate to the Duchess. The Baron, in turn, had purchased it from Monsieur Bolius of the Headsman, a truly colorful man of Ketweni origin.
He was actually a headsman?
No, not him, but his great-great-great-great-grandfather. Indeed. Apparently, he was a common cutpurse who somehow secured for himself the post of ducal headsman in Beauclair. Went about his work with an exceptional penchant. They say he chopped off more heads than there are grapevines in the ducal vineyards. He never hesitated, not once. Never sliced unevenly, never botched a job. For his exemplary service, the Duke granted him a title and this estate. Monsieur
Weird to see a
Bolius,
guy
on
with
the other
regular
hand,
glasses
was
instead
an
of those
engineer
weird,
in
like,
his
nose
younger
pinchy
years.
glasses.
Once retired, he settled here and took to producing wine. Sadly, misfortune struck and he lost his sense first of smell, then of taste. Additionally, he could not drink alcohol. His medic forbade it.
Shame that. He gave up making wine?
Not at all. He made even more of it. Began throwing wild balls to which he'd invite friends from far and wide in order to treat them to his wine and delight in the fact that at least someone could enjoy it. It's the sort of man he was, Monsieur Bolius.
Mind giving me a little tour de Corvo Bianco?
Not in the least. Follow me, please. I think it would be practical to begin on the hill.
This is really silly. Like, Geralt doesn't seem to be the kind of guy who, like, owns an estate, but maybe it'll all burn down by the end of the DLC.
Behold, sir, your estate in all its splendor.
Pretty vast.
Indeed. And now, sir, allow me to show you a handful of interesting details. Follow me, please.
Been a major domo all your life?
Yes, I come from a long line of major domos. My father was a majordomo, as was my grandfather before him, as was my great-aunt. In fact, she was the one to start the tradition.
Great-aunt?
A hard woman. It is said that already as a child, she knew where she was going, and went there. When she arrived in Beauclair, she signed on as a chambermaid at one of the vineyards, then slowly worked her way up to majordomo. She dragged the rest of the family up the same path. Follow me, please. The servants' quarters. I occupy the green home. With the Duchess's permission, I have hired a full staff. Their salaries to be paid from the ducal treasury.
Nice of her.
Not the most sightly part of the estate, I admit. But I think it's worthwhile for you as master of the domain to know where the help stays.
Oof. This place is burning down. There's no way.
Baron Rossel ordered the vines in this part of the estate uprooted and olive groves planted in their place. They look beautiful, especially come spring.
Don't look at all bad now, either.
Down below lies your vineyard, where we grow a strain of Carfanere, one of the world's oldest. Aged in oak barrels, it provides for an exquisite wine with distinct blackberry.
It's surprising this doesn't happen already, given Geralt's connections to so many really important people and solving problems for them. Maybe that's why we're exploring it, so that it can burn down.
Nice well. Picturesque.
Yes, though it ran dry long ago. During the raucous feasts Master Bolius held, he would order it filled with wine. There's a tale about a guest attending a Bolius ball for the first time and thus unaware of the custom. He had suffered great heartbreak and had decided to end his life by jumping into the well. The festivities were coming to a close, and the well was nearly empty when the suicidal guest finally jumped. Instead of killing himself, he merely broke his legs.
Nice touch having him right.
He drank the wine.
Drank himself to death?
Not at all. When found the next day, he had concluded he'd witnessed twin miracles. The water had been changed into wine, and he had survived. He retired to a monastery in the Dragon Mountains and began preaching the wisdoms of Lebioda.
We better meet that character in some future Witcher game.
Follow me, please. Monsieur Bolius' wife Nina kept a garden here. A supremely lovely place it was.
Bit neglected now.
I agree. Yet nothing stands in the way of restoring it to its former glory, and once again planting it with herbs and other vegetation. Follow me, please. Madame Nina planted diminutive, delicate flowers and herbs here. One might say their aroma still hangs in the air.
You're quite the romantic, Barnabas Basil.
Their relationship is pretty great. I love that he's completely fine with Geralt, and Geralt's just like going along with it. And why not? No reason to be a dick to this guy.
Follow me, please.
The writing in this game is very good at establishing character traits extremely quickly. You know all you need to know within a scene or two. Video games tend to be bad at that. Where they rely on tropey anime stuff to get you up to speed.
This served as an additional wine cellar in years of plentiful harvests.
Bit of work and it'll make a fine stable for Roach.
The cellars, voila. During Monsieur Bolis's time, wine was kept here, but Baron Rossel used it to store olive oil as well. I took the liberty of cleaning up the mess, which
I made while fighting the Bruxa. Thanks, Barnabas Basil. Appreciate it.
My kitties are up to no good. I'm gonna go check on what they're doing here in a second once this wraps.
As you can see, the facade is, how to put it, slightly stained. But one cannot deny it, a certain subtle southern charm.
True, though it could use a bit of subtle paint.
Oh, they're knocking stuff over. I want to make sure they didn't get into anything bad.
And welcome inside. On the left is the master bedroom. On the right, the dining hall and kitchen. Upstairs, you shall find the guest room, currently used for storage.
Not a bad idea.
At the moment, the house is only minimally furnished. Yet I believe we will, together, devise some innovative arrangements.
So use
A few
for paintings.
For instance, would breathe new life into the abode immediately. With that, sir, you've seen the full lay of the land. Corfo Bianco is a beautiful estate. Though one must admit, time has taken its toll. Forgive me for being forward, but if you were to choose to invest a small sum towards its beautification, consider me at your service on the matter.
Think I'll take you up on that. Be sure to come and see you if I decide to do any remodeling.
It's a gold sink.
Mentioned the place could stand to be spruced up.
Oh, most decidedly, sir. The question is where you would like to begin this rejuvenation.
Got these spacious grounds. But maybe it's time to make them more... useful.
Oh,
He's
yes.
clearly uncomfortable
We
with this.
certainly should. The way I see things, given your trade, sir, you would be wise to put in a grindstone and an armorer's table. A good way to start things off, don't you think?
Repair table, hell yeah.
My armor needs work from time to time. You know, oil this, reinforce that. Could use a decent work table where I could do all that.
Admiral Rompali once hired a specialist who made the finest armorer's tables this side of the Yeruga. I will contact him at once.
Good. Order me up a table like that.
Immediately,
God.
sir. I expect it will
Geralt's
take at
buying
most
wormwood
1 day
tables.
to arrive. Will you be needing anything else, sir?
Let's put a pin in this for now. Remembered I have some urgent business to tend to.
Not the slightest problem, sir. I am here to serve whenever you desire.
Okay, looking forward to this place burning down. Not comfortable with Geralt being a landowner. Is this guest bedroom? All right, I'll be right back. Just checking on the kitties. Everything's fine. Angry kitties who are hungry. Okay. Keep the repair kits on me. Should be fine. Got 10,000 spoons. Isn't it coincidental? Don't you think? Oh, that's cool. A little bookshelf you can read from. That's kind of neat. Hang the shield. Put trophies in your room? Okay, no, not those trophies. Just have a rotting ghoul head in my room. That sounds great.
Let's go.
I might actually just be able to warp there. impressively big area for a DLC.
Not bad.
See outside.
Think your friend's hand will make for a nice broth?
You've clearly honed your sense of humor. But we are not cannibals, Geralt. I took a fragment of tissue from their hand. It will suffice to prepare some resonance.
What did you do with the rest?
I cremated it, as our codex commands. A raven told me you'd acquired
So
the
it doesn't
necessary ingredient.
regenerate into a second guy.
Pretty helpful creatures. Call on them often?
I try not to overdo it, but they can be so useful, as they were now, when I merely needed to be sure I could arrive in time should things go sour.
Managed fine alone, but thanks for the thought. Gonna need much longer to finish brewing resonance? Mentioned a last ingredient, too. What about that?
That, I fear, might prove troublesome. You see, to use the concoction to summon the memories of one, the solution must contain the blood of another specimen of the same species.
Shouldn't be a problem. I happen to know a higher vampire who should be willing to help. Right, Regis?
It's not that simple, I'm afraid. While you were away, I tried my damnedest to identify a replacement, but alas, none such exists.
Not sure I understand what the problem is. Can't we just draw some of your blood?
The blood must be in an agitated state. As I'm certain you know, higher vampires can change their corporeal shell. As our flesh changes, so does our blood's chemical composition. To make a long story short, I shall need to induce in myself a state of strong psychokinetic arousal.
In order
brief,
for us to get high,
madness,
first I have to get
rapidity.
super fucking high.
That stands to be very, very dangerous.
Dangerous? Why? I mean, you'll still be you, right?
True, but I should be highly agitated, in a state of fury. You know better than I that fury cannot be controlled. If you've ever seen an enraged vampire, you know very well that all who find themselves nearby will be in grave danger.
How will we handle that? I'd rather not have you lunge at me, claws extended.
That makes two of us. But worry not. I've thought it through very thoroughly. Details to follow soon.
All right, so what do you want to do?
We shall visit Tesha Mudna, an ancient vampire estate. There we will find cages suspended in the air. I will enter one, be confined. You will lure beasts there. Beasts you will then kill. The bloodletting should prove profuse. Abundant enough so that the blood scent will drive me mad. Wild.
Tesha Mudna. What's it like?
It is a place of torment. A torture chamber. Long ago, shortly after we'd arrived in this world, one among us named Kagmar developed such a taste and lust for human blood that in one night he could imbibe an entire village. This brought trouble on the entire species. Common folk wearied quickly of living in constant fear. They began to hunt us, seek the aid of mages and witches in tracking us down.
So what? Not like they could ever hope to kill you.
But they were bothersome. Forgive the comparison, but when did you last enjoy mosquitoes buzzing around your head? In any case, the other vampires decided something had to be done. Kagmar had to be caught and punished. A torture chamber was thus outfitted in the dungeons of Tesha Mudna. Inside it, a cage made entirely of a special alloy of silver, dalvinite, and meteorite steel. Kagmar was captured and locked in the cage. Sat there over 2 centuries, driven to fury time after time, never able to escape. Thus I know the cage will withstand the fury to which we shall drive my humble being.
Interesting.
See no reason to dawdle. Tesham Mutna. Take me there.
In a moment. Just one last thing.
Just got an email for my appointment in like 25 minutes. I am going to have to wrap like right on the usual stream end time.
Oh, the last favor the Raven did me. I've also taken some Sancurium.
Aw.
A solution that sharpens one's sense of smell. 1 drop of blood shall smell like a gallon to me now.
You crazy? You're a recovering addict.
Your outrage warms my heart, Geralt. But you must remain calm. I had no choice.
Could have found another vampire.
As things stand, the die is cast. High time we set off for Tesham Mutna. My head's spinning already, and you're starting to smell quite tasty.
And you're starting to scare me.
I like that they bothered to talk about that previously.
We have arrived. The sacrificial chamber of torture and torment lies underground.
Sure you know what you're doing?
I can only hope I do. Please, let's go. The longer we delay, the less control I shall have of my faculties. I'd really prefer not to hurt you.
All right.
You lead.
Well, not a great start.
Scurvers must be getting close to their feeding ground.
Correct. I told you there'd be danger. Beyond this wall lies
an ancient vampire dungeon. Seen a lot of things in my time. Nothing quite like this, though.
I feel honored. A man with such a wealth of experience, yet I'm about to show him something new. Now, to open it.
Regis is cool because he's like knows way more than Geralt. He could just be like, I know more than you.
How the hell?
It's an ancient form of protection against unwanted guests. The mechanism which releases the latch reacts only to a higher vampire's blood.
Tricky
Sure
mechanisms.
don't stumble into this.
Vampire hideout. Fortified, secured. Must have been important to your species once. Toussaint.
It shall always be so. During the conjunction, the gate from our world into this one opened up, and this man...
Relic 0 out of 6. Oh, it's a set. Turn on. To dress like the devil. Hold on one sec, Regis. Human husbandry. Try to obtain more than we give them. Provide each individual a place to sleep, a meal twice a day, and permanent access to water. Which may seem overly luxurious to some. That's funny. Yeah, this seems like a better, like... I felt like they were limited with what they could do with the higher vampire serial killer quest.
There's evil here. Death hangs in the air.
Yes. Great many beings have breathed their last here.
This is more what I was expecting from reading the bestiary, and I was kind of disappointed that the quest itself was really good up until he turned into a bat monster, and that was just the end. I think they really wanted to include a higher vampire, but then didn't really have the time in the base game.
Glyphs are carved into the rock. Coated with blood used to be. They mean something?
They're emblems, symbols of, well, what you would call tribes.
Battery cage versus free-range humans.
Conjunction. My ancestors placed them here to remind us all where we came from.
Battery cage and free-range husbandry. Creating villages, establishing and growing a herd. Those are really good. Actually would be pretty helpful in group fights. Shouldn't it give me a full gear set in here, basically for free? Chance to stun sounds really good. There's a crit chance. This might be really, really hard for me to replace. Too bad I look like some kind of goth man now, but...
Seems your kind assembled a peculiar little library.
Indeed. Though I personally did not lay a hand to it.
Cells? Who for?
Ah, disgraceful. Excruciatingly so, this particular page from our history. I'd rather not summon the demons of the past if it's all right with you.
And this one? Which tribe's this?
Garisham. My tribe, and Deadlove's. We both remained in this part of the world.
Whose is this glyph?
Amaran. They ventured beyond the sea.
And this one? Which tribe's this?
Garisham. My tribe, and Deadlove's. We both remained in this part of the world.
What's this symbol mean?
It's the symbol of the Tedet. Those who went east beyond the Blue Mountains.
I think that's a reference to the Blue Wizards. Disappeared in the east. That sucks. Transcript of a conversation with a lower being. These are good lore documents. They're like perfect length. What is fear? I'm looking for the gloves. There they are. Okay. Well, it's still going to be hard to give up the crit chance on my current gloves. Don't think you usually get crit chance on armor. So I'd rather not, even though it'll look better than the weird purple. Gotta look like I'm like gonna go do a Guar show or something. Just need to get like corpse paint.
Charming place. But what are all those cages for? Mentioned one vampire being kept here.
Yes, well, you see, humanitarians is something my ancestors were not. They concluded Kagmar would best be punished if he were tormented with the scent of blood he could not taste.
Oof.
Thus, they also kept humans here.
Oh, thanks, Bananatron. It's kind of you to say so. Appreciate that.
Kagmar ranted and
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
pain as those humans slowly bled to death.
They treated them like livestock, live bait.
I'd like to be able to turn back time, deny it, but alas, I can do neither. Feel shame for my brethren.
They're definitely building up for me to be really nervous about Regis here.
Nothing you could have done about it. Let's get to work.
Well, that was awkward. Fine. I prepared the bait. Please be so kind and
awkward.
Place it, ideally at the tunnel entrances. The scent will spread most effectively then.
Can you get in the cage, bud? Why don't you get in the cage first?
Tunnel entrances. Monsters will catch its scent more quickly.
When I think how these tunnels got here, send shivers.
It was the natural order of things. The place reeked of death and it attracted necrophages.
That's what I thought.
Three done. One left. Think this'll work?
I certainly hope so. The meat stench is so thick, I wager it carries clear to Novigrad.
Just get in the cage, buddy.
Bait set. What now?
I shall enter the cage. You must chain me inside. The bars are made of an alloy that will prevent me from transforming into mist.
Kinda thought you wouldn't want to.
I shall be in great pain. My sole thought being to stop that pain. I cannot know what I will do. We must hurry. The beasts have caught the scent, and also my head started spinning.
Another part of his solution is I have to do a combat challenge.
Someone who's never experienced a vampire's bloodlust does not know the true meaning of thirst.
Maybe we need a safe word. No, something you'll say when you can't take it anymore.
And what would you do once I uttered it?
Don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Calm it down. Somehow.
Please, God. You won't be able.
We just smell the blood.
I love meters in video games. It would be fun to make like a project of cataloging all the different kinds of meters, like the Regis's Bloodlust meter.
Hanging in there.
Oh, hey, it's a flitter.
Good. 'Cause I can hear more coming.
Out of the way! It's really hard to avoid the damage from that, it seems like.
Hold on, I'll let you out.
Good. Just need to finish killing literally all of these guys first. Although they went for like Buffy the Vampire Slayer makeup when they go full vamp.
Need to hang on a little longer. Blood'll dry in a few hours. Scent won't bother you anymore.
You out of here.
How you doing, bud?
The concoction.
You can't finish it in this state. Tell me how. I'll help you. Any better?
Kind of cool to have like what is essentially a
Far from
big
ideal.
potion quest.
And some time must pass before I fully recover. But yes, a bit better, thank you.
Never expected it to be like that. You didn't tell me.
We need not discuss it.
But we do. Because if I'd known you were going to subject yourself to torture...
What would you have done?
Found Dettlaff some other way.
I did not wish you to use any other way. Did that occur to you?
No, because I thought no being would ever willingly subject itself to that kind of pain. You vampires aren't any different from us in that regard.
I told you, the pain is my way of paying my debt. The enormous debt I owe Dettlaff. If I had to do it again, I would in a heartbeat.
You did reconstitute him from like
Are
some
you
slop.
certain you followed the formula? The proportions were exact, the brewing time precise. This is important, Geralt. The slightest deviation could cost even a witcher dearly.
Relax. Got some experience brewing potions.
Very well. In that case, let's begin.
Yeah, I'm a potion boy. Getting Sith face. It was just to prove to Geralt that Dettlaff's not like evil. Nah, Twitch's rule is just to not linger on it.
Excuse me. Actually, let me take a moment.
You jumped the queue, sir.
But Count, sir, you must understand. I've a meeting.
Sir,
Count,
you were next. Please, take a seat. This gentleman was here first. Step down or you shall regret it.
Ah, fails to realize he was your friend, Count.
Just like shook his hand with the wrong hand.
It was then I ordered him to give up his seat and step off the stand. If only you'd seen his face. We got him good, didn't we, Dettlaff?
I like their choices of vignettes to show that Dettlaff's just a regular guy. A regular dude.
Mother insisted we buy the mill. Curious, eh?
Usually we like completely abandoned all of the urgency around like the Dead Knights. So Geralt and his old buddy Regis could like
But at least I've a yarn
talk about
to
this
spin
dude.
for friends and associates.
Forgive me.
What?
Oh shit. Well, that's not helping. like possessed. They did a good job of making him scary. Like these animations are pretty well done. Aw. There's something possessing him?
Awake at last. You ride like a squirrel caught in a snare. I'd begun to fear they were death throes, that you'd departed.
Sure
Hell of a
wasn't
trip.
pleasant, but it worked.
What did you see?
Delacroix. His death did not come easy. Seems Dettlaff had made friends with him. Still killed him, and chopped up his corpse. And he was overcome with fury, remorse. Cut off the hand that had committed the murder.
Interesting. And entirely unlike the Dettlaff I know. See anything else?
Saw a moment. Delacroix did something selfless. Was kind to Dettlaff. Guess it could have been the start of their friendship.
Why the uncertainty?
Nothing extraordinary about it. Normal, everyday situation, really. Visions were supposed to issue from strong emotions.
Clearly, the situation provoked such emotions in Dettlaff. Keep in mind, he did later murder Delacroix.
Killing someone who's grown dear to us, it's bound to elicit strong emotion. Vampires are no different in that regard. Did you see anything else?
There was something. Showed up twice in the vision. A bootblack stand. Dettlaff first met Delacroix there. Went back after the murder, actually.
Peculiar.
Stand was somewhere in the Port District. And the bootblack acted as if
I wonder if he's the kid who gave him the apple you're talking about.
That would be even odder. Perhaps we should have a chat with the lad. Though I would expect no breakthroughs.
It's our only lead. I'll go talk to him. Coming with.
I shall join you later if it's no trouble. I don't yet feel strong enough to venture out.
That's fair. Rest up. Be back as soon as I learn anything.
It should be perfect timing for my appointment. Future Marstead, don't do this quest right away because it locks out something else. Go do the other thing that it locks out. This is interesting so far.